everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to dive into today's session. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I, the DM, do not do the summary. On Crimson Court, it is Ryan. So Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away. Summarize.
All right. Session 14, Tears of Cinder. The conversation with High Solar Derek continues as the King's Hand tries to advocate for mercy to be shown to Lady Iridessa. Ultimately, it's decided that a search of the keep would be necessary to decide her punishment. Should nothing be found, perhaps just a jail sentence would do, but should any other artifacts or anything connecting her to the Dragon Triarchy be found, the original order of execution will go through. Derek summons several Solar champions to accompany him as they make their way to Sunvale Keep. Upon arrival, though, they are denied entrance by Lionel, who has been too upset and offended by both Derek and the King's Hand to allow this investigation to take place, trusting neither group to seek out the best interest of his house. Thankfully, Kaylin and Merrick are able to talk him into agreeing to the search, though with some stipulations to get the other churches involved to make sure that the investigation is entirely legal. Derek agrees to return in 3 days, even agreeing to allow Lionel to visit his mother as a gesture of goodwill. The King's Hand enters into the keep, requesting to speak privately. Lionel offers the throne room, but is disheartened when the King's Hand asks him to stay out so that they can speak privately. Lionel agrees before they begin to speak, leaving them alone. The siblings are divided on how to approach the situation, mainly a divide between breaking the Lady Paramount out of jail or just doing what they can to lessen her sentence and ensure that there is no execution. In the middle of the conversation, Lionel seems to come out of nowhere, having secretly snuck back in to listen to the conversation. He speaks angrily to the heirs, pointing out how they can't have a single conversation without it degrading into an argument, and he believes that they will be the doom of Adaria. After more conversation, they are able to calm Lionel down, and he suggests that they invoked the Edict of Mercy in order to pardon his mother with the king's approval. Merrick disagrees, but ultimately it's decided that this is the path the siblings will take. Lionel apologizes and leaves the heirs to further their plans. Kaylin remains in the throne room for some time, with Via asking if she's alright. Kaylin opens up, wondering if Via hates her. Via, of course, denies this, saying that Kaylin was always the sister she wanted to be when she grew up, and how large of an inspiration she was to her. The two sisters bond before Via eventually leaves. Lionel returns and thanks Kaylin for the kindness and respect she showed to him. He offers her a ring as a gift. Meanwhile, Edwin, Via, and Xanthe use the library in order to look at past pardons and realize the weight of the right that they're invoking to save the Lady Paramount. Via is even able to find a time where Elendar Falcrest pardoned their uncle Rainier. Edwin takes the time to do some research on the Spymaster's house, though finds everything a little too clean and organized. Via is able to dig further and find some altered documents, leading her to the conclusion that the Spymaster has a son not too far from here. They hold on to the information, uncertain as to what they'll do with it. Merrick in his room suddenly hears a voice, realizing that the green dragon egg is somehow reaching out to him from Crown's Rest. The two speak, discussing their future plans and how the young dragon only wishes to be a hero and help people. The dragon even offers to somehow figure out a way to come to Faithspire to help. Merrick insists that it stays in Crown's Rest and continues to grow its strength. They discuss the other dragon eggs, with the green egg suggesting that it's worried his siblings are talking to others, but he can't tell what they're saying or who they're speaking to. Merrick tells the dragon to speak to Solara so that she can keep an eye on them as well. Lionel shows up after that conversation and thanks Merrick for his help with his mother. Merrick warns that he believes they're making a mistake, but he will support Lionel's choice. The next evening, after reaching out to Talon, Talon's personal airship arrives in Faithspire, ready to hear his children's argument for the Edict of Mercy.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. So with that, let's go ahead and pick up right there. So, as the airship docks, you can see the glowing runes, not glowing runes, but the glowing, like, small crystalline shards of ryanite all along the hull and on parts of the mast of this airship. You can see those sails, almost of a ethereal, alien-like material. They begin to kind of coalesce in on that central mass as the crystals kind of dull in power to rest softly in a cradle. With that, the stairs are engaged on the side of the airship, and individuals are now allowed to dock and make their way off. However, before any individuals exit this airship, as the Crownclaw Knights mounted on their wyverns make circles around the city of Faithspire, all of you see Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield approach the bow of the ship. As he speaks, after raising his hand for silence, as many people cheer with the docking of the King's ship, which is called Elendara's Promise, is the name of the airship. As it docks, Gareth Thornfield, the Lord Regent, raises his hand, and all of you see the rather large and imposing Aulin begin to speak. Esteemed citizens of Faithspire, honored representatives of the holy churches, and noble dignitaries gathered here today, stand and bear witness to the arrival of His Royal Majesty, Talon Falkrest, first of his name, rightful king of the 6 kingdoms of Adaria, sovereign of the Crown Lands, former Lord Paramount of House Falkrest, protector of the realm, and guardian of peace, champion of Skyhaven, master of Crown's Rest, 3-time conqueror of the Frostbane Peaks, explorer of the farthest reaches, navigator of the Serpent's Maze, and discoverer of a lost temple of Zandoria. Beloved as Talon the Kind, whose wisdom and compassion have guided our realm through 20 years of peace and prosperity. May his presence here today bring justice tempered with mercy and wisdom, balanced with compassion. And with that, you can see your father, Talon the Kind, begin to move off the airship. Standing right at his side, though, is Nadja Eldrin, the Knight Commander of the Crownclaw Knights. The 5 of you stand in a straight line, split off from the rest of the crowd. As you can see, a rather large grouping of House Emberlin soldiers have sort of created this wall around all of you. Prince Lionel does stand there with you a little bit further back, but still a presence here. And as Talon steps off, he smiles, looking to each one of you, and you can tell that the greetings he gives you isn't... All of you know your father very well, and you know that he means his words, but the way he speaks these words is he's projecting them. He's making sure he's saying them just loud enough so people can hear. He walks up to you, Edwin, standing first in line, and says, "My eldest, Edwin, gentlest hands in the kingdom. Xanthi, never have I met someone so determined to perfect every single detail. Kalen, always seeing paths others miss, as you always have. And Merrick, never giving up, no matter the odds. And my youngest, with wisdom well beyond her years. I am very honored to be in the presence of the king's hand. I am sure, no doubt, spreading the goodwill and kindness that I have entrusted you to do. But please allow us to go speak of these more private matters. Prince Lionel, as he turns to young Lionel Emberlin. My king, it is a great honor to welcome you to Faithspire, as he gives this very, very, very big, deep bow. Thank you, Prince Lionel. You may sit. If you would be willing to guide us to your home, last I was here, Sunvale Keep was beautiful. Hopefully that resplendent quality has been preserved since my last stay here. I hope it is up to your standards, my king. And he bows again. And with that, the House Emberlyn guards will sort of turn and create a pathway for all of you to walk. Now, one thing, those of you, you know what? Didn't pull up D&D Beyond. Yeah, character sheets are kind of the least important of D&D in my games. Yeah, it's the least important part to me.
Nah, you don't need them. Throw them out.
So let's
Just guess the numbers, Still vibes.
Why it's logged me out of everything today. I think that's kind of crazy. It logged me out of Twitch when I went to go turn on the trivia. It logged me out of D&D Beyond right now, brother. And anybody with a passive perception of 12 or higher, which I believe is almost everybody. There are several of you that clock that there are several Church of the Broken Sun clerics, specifically initiates, right? Not those that wear the plate armor of the Solar Champions, but those individuals that serve as squires to them. You can see they watch from the audience, and as all of you begin to make your way towards Sunvale Keep, they begin to move at a much quicker pace, seemingly walking partly into the same direction as all of you, and some of the rest of them are moving to the churches, specifically heading towards the headquarters of the Church of the Broken Sun. So, you march with your father, who gives small waves and smiles to the crowd as all of you walk by, and all of you hear a message in your head with a little, there's these like small sparks that are conjured in Talon's palm as he holds it very close to his chest that only all of you can see because you're so close. As he, in case you guys weren't, he will say, smile and wave to all of them. And I'll asking all of you to do the same.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Caleb just raises a hand.
Is Merrick dabbing on them?
Yeah. 100%.
Merrick's the cool young one.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you, Gareth, Naja Eldrin, as well as Prince Lionel, all of you make your way to Sunvale Keep. All right. So, the gates open, and all of you make your way in. Gate shut behind you. And Prince Lionel will guide all of you to that sort of large central dining hall that all of you had spoken to the Spy Master in. And as all of you enter, you can see Spy Master Davian Dallin is here as he stands seeing all of you enter, and he will bow. My king, it is a great honor to see you within Faithspire. I must say it was rather unexpected, but always pleasure nonetheless. And Talon will raise his hand. Thank you, Sir Davian. Well, please, it seems as though there's quite a bit we need to discuss, if you would. Gesturing to all of you to take a seat. Prince Lionel, if you would be willing to do me a favor, I'm trusting you to try and do this as covertly as possible. Yes, my king, of course, anything you request. I need you to deliver a message to the High Arbiter. I'm sure there are ways you know to move a little bit more inconspicuously through your city. Give me one moment to draft a letter, and if you could deliver that to him and then take the appropriate next steps that he wish, I would greatly appreciate that. Of course, my king. Thank you. And Talon will move over to a table. He will pull out a piece of parchment and a quill, and he'll begin to write something. He'll whisper something back and forth with Gareth, and write and fold it and seal it and hand it to Lionel. Please and thank you, Prince Lionel. Yes, of course. And he'll bow and head off, leaving Spy Master, the Lord Regent, the Knight Commander of the Crown Claw Knights, your father, and the five of you in this room alone. As Lionel leaves and shuts the door, Talon will turn to all of you. Well, I assume things in Faithspire have not gone as smoothly as I had hoped. Is that the case?
More or less.
All right. Before we start at the end with what you asked me the other night, Octavia. What's happened here? I've received some messages from Davian, but I'd like to hear it from all of you. What you experienced, what you saw. What's happening?
So,
I mean, I was just gonna say, do we want to just fill him in?
Yeah.
On what we've been doing. I don't think we need to like recap it all, right?
I mean, is there anything we leave out? I guess is the only question.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't have anything to leave out.
All right, we fill him in on everything then.
Yes.
All right. So you purchased Smuggler's Map from a trader on the sea.
Good stuff, good stuff.
A well-respected trader, yes.
A well-respected trader, and
We confiscated it, you know, it's fine.
and
It's the
from
very
there,
first thing we thought you would worry about. So, like, you know.
I'm compartmentalizing. Give me a moment.
It's
Fair.
better in our hands than in a smuggler.
I understand. Yes, I can see the logic. You see, Talon.
Does he
thinks for
see
a
the
moment.
logic?
Talon, he's a very hard man for all of you to read. If you'd like to try, you need to make an insight check to kind of see how
Try
he
to
reacts.
insight on the bard.
I 100% am
yeah,
doing that.
That deception
Nope. He's also the one
modifier
that
he's
bought
got.
Nope,
Oh yeah, you got it.
I got
dude.
nothing.
Merrick.
You got it.
He's cool as a cucumber right now, Mary.
I definitely have nothing.
So
Oh,
hard
actually,
to
wait.
read.
18,
Let's
cool as a
go.
cucumber, Xanthi. Not a drop of
Damn.
sweat.
Level 20 bard, dude. This guy's got deception for days.
Talon is like a level 10 bard. All right. Rainier is a level 15.
He's like a level-
He's closer to the peak.
Shit.
Well,
You know,
that's old.
yeah. As you get too old, you start to lose levels. You know, that's how it works.
Fair.
there's depreciation.
Skill like any other, you know?
Yep.
Yep.
Talon thinks for a moment, and Gareth will say, "Well, I have to say, I think it could be worse." Yes, Gareth. And a very astute observation. It could indeed be worse. I understand why you've taken this path. Granted, if it were me, 50 years ago, and I was in your position, I think I would have just taken the smuggler's map and broke her out of there and dealt with the consequences, but I understand things have changed. The princes and princesses of House Falkrest can't act as brazenly as I did. However, if what you say is true, Davian, you believe that your information is correct about what's in those sewers? It is merely conjecture, my king. I have no confident proof. It was something I just thought the heirs should be aware of in case they decided to pursue that course. Yes, regardless, before all of you leave Faithspire, that will need to be resolved of one way or another, just to see if there is Kython activity in those sewers. It can be something that can be handled by my guards, by the Adarian Watch, or all of you can handle. That being said, that's not our main concern right now. Our main concern is the Lady Paramount. So, you are confident that this is the best course of action. You're just regurgitating it to me now. I wasn't here to experience it all. You all truthfully believe that this is the best. Or have agreed.
It is not the route. If it is not the route that we go down, either the Lady Amberlin cannot so much as show her face again, we'd be down a seat. Sure, Lionel could take her place, but he still has a lot of youth to him. And it's also the only way that we'll be able to keep the hand, keep the crown, keep our family's name in good repute. If it was to be found that we were smuggling out the Lady Emberlin, and that the charges against her were to do with the Dragon's Triarchy, I believe that would put us in a very dangerous position indeed.
Well,
At least this way we are able to soften the blow with the things that we are dealing with currently.
very dangerous position regardless. I find that Many of the common folk in my adventures, granted, was many, many, many years ago, but they appreciate nobles that go against the grain, that are willing to break rules, to save people that they believe are truly innocent. House Emberlin will definitely be in our debt regardless of what action we choose, and that is not a small prize. All right. Kind of looks to all of you. Merrick, you definitely seem less than pleased with this approach. What's wrong?
I just think it's a mistake to go this route,
And why is that?
but I stand with my siblings.
And why do you think it's a mistake?
I understand Xanthi's concern. If we were just to bust her out and put her into hiding, yes, there would be irreparable damage. My concern is getting her away from Derek, who we already have large suspicions that he is abusing his power, and I'm worried that your arrival is only going to hasten that. He knows you're not just here to visit. He's not a fool. We might have just pushed him into an action that we can't take back.
And based off your interactions, you believe that that's something he would do?
We have writs from the highest ranking member of every church saying they're concerned with how he views his power. I think we have every reason to be worried. Especially because he knows, should you use this Edict of Mercy, I think he knows that his time at that church is shortened.
Very interesting point. I understand
If I may,
your concern, my boy. Yes, Edwin, please.
if I may interject, I do agree with Merrick that this is whichever route that we were to take has its risks and its benefits. We're gambling in any single route that we choose. In my opinion, as someone who is part of a church and has devoted most of my life to it, I could not see why Derek would go against the Church of the Broken Sun if we were to use the edict. If he did, he would do irreparable damage to the church itself as a whole, not only himself. It's
That is true.
a gamble.
It is. I understand Merrick's worry, though. If he is truthfully a dangerous man, dangerous men will condemn entire nations if it means preserving themselves. Or preserving their twisted ideals of morality. Very well, but this isn't my choice. It seems as though the choice all of you have made that is best is that of invoking the Edict of Mercy. Even though some of you might disagree with it, it's what you believe is best as a collective. And he sort of scans all of you. Does anybody have any sort of reaction to that initially?
No. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
How does Davian look after, like, as this conversation is going along? Like, Kalen's keeping an eye on his reactions to things, because he's been here too, just dicking around. We don't even know what he's been up to this whole time.
Yeah, make an insight check.
I
He's
shall.
just somehow still just been threatening Edwin's family.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing his job.
Being an absolute fuckwit.
Just a little rose for everybody this morning.
8.
Beat 'em up.
Yeah, Davian is staring very intently at Talon, nodding, listening, a very attentive listener. Not really showing any signs of stress or worry.
Okay.
All right. At least in terms of crimes that have been committed, that have been pardoned for, this is rather inconsequential, all things considered. I think that, truthfully, I think that this will be looked upon us most favorably by many individuals aside from the Church of the Broken Sun. There are worse outcomes. Our only worry now is the health of the Lady Iridessa and ensuring that she's handed over for her pardon. The rectory is just a few minutes outside of Sunvale Keep. Merrick, I'd like to ask a favor of you.
Yes, Father.
I know that you do not feel passionately about this plan. I know you see flaws within it. But I would like to ask a favor of you. When the King's Hand approaches the rectory of House Emberlin, Merrick, I would like you to invoke the edict on the will of the King, in the name of the King's Hand. I think that of all of your siblings, I think in that moment that your words would carry the most weight. I think it would be very hard for them to act rashly when the son of House Falkrest and House Veltaris comes knocking at their door. And plus, I think, with how the people view you, any complications about the pardoning of a noblewoman, I think it could be softened if someone as beloved as you is the one who speaks those words.
As you wish.
Now, and he kind of looks to your other siblings, and he looks back to you, and he says, Merrick, I want to stress that if you don't want to do this, you don't have to.
I'll do it.
All right. Good, good. From what I hear of Lady Solara and the Archmage's studies, it seems as though that green dragon has formed a bond with you. I think the brunt of this draconic pressure is going to fall on your shoulders, so I think taking a strong stance on it now, garnering more goodwill, not only from the people, but from Lady Emberlin, I think that it could save us some grief in the future. What I wouldn't give to go back 50 years, fight through the sewers, break her out, sail to Skyhaven, and wait for the whole thing to pass over. You see, he kind of gets lost for a moment. But that's not the world we live in. Not anymore. All right. Before we move any further with this, is there any potential complications any of you can think of? Invoking this edict it will have ripple effects. Some we might not even be able to know the effect of now. Are we sure this is what we want to do?
I think it's the best route. All the options we have, which are few.
Quick question.
Mhm.
I can't remember her name or her exact title, but the head Crown Claw Knight that's with us.
Naja, Eldrin, yeah. The Knight Commander.
I assume she's one of the 4 who knows about the eggs, right?
Correct. Yeah, she does.
All right, Talon just said, yeah, okay, sorry. So everyone in the room knows about the eggs, just double checking here. Because it's council, us, King, plus her.
Yep.
She was the only one I wasn't sure of.
Yeah, and it was
I mean,
just
Talon's
her.
already comfortable with talking about it as well, so...
Yeah. Just double checking before I say something stupid.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it.
You'd say it anyways, dude.
I
One bit
suppose
of
the
your
only...
time someone runs in.
Hey,
Sorry,
hey.
I'm trash can.
Well, speaking of, my only question is what you want to do about Prince Lionel after this, now that he knows.
Yes. From your interactions, do you believe Prince Lionel is a good man? An honest one?
Yes.
Yes.
I think the only problem is I'm not sure if it's his honesty we need to be worried about. He's a good man, sure, but an excitable one. He's already admitted to at least telling us things that was previously kept secret. Whether
I'm
or
going
not
to
he'll
have-
make a habit of it, I'm not sure. But it is still something to be note.
I have to agree with Xanthi on this. I believe wholeheartedly that he is a good man, and I acknowledge that he's been put into a very terrible, awful position, and we did not make it any easier on him, but he can get emotional and make very rash decisions. I don't mean to hold it against him, but this is big.
It is. It is very much so.
Well, if I'm being a devil's advocate here, I mean, how much longer is this secret going to be held? Dragons have been talking to you much more recently, Eric. This thing could hatch any minute.
That doesn't mean we're letting it out into the public eye. But that is a question for
keeping
Father.
it a secret will be harder.
There is
What
one
it
more
means is
thing.
we need to handle this with more tact. It's one of the benefits that we'll have from the Edict of Mercy. If it comes out that Iridessa was holding something from the Triarchy, but has no affiliation or connection with it, will help soften the blow, soften the hard line that we've previously held against them.
Yes. But you had said that this item was something that Prince Lionel had said there was not on his records, right? So the assumption to be made is that it was planted by Derek.
Well, we don't have full proof that it was Derek, but at least somebody, the Broken Sun.
Davian, is there any way this is something that you could investigate for us to see if there's anyone within the Church of the Broken Sun that might have information on artifacts related to the Dragon's Triarchy? Of course, my king, I would be more than happy to investigate that for you. There are some individuals in my time here in the Church of the Broken Sun that I have been able to gain information on. Could be to our advantage. Very good. That is something that we will come back to. For now, I think it's important that we focus on the task at hand, getting Lady Iridessa out of there, getting her pardoned, and ensuring that she understands that she is forever indebted to House Folkrest. Before all of you leave, though, there is one thing I feel as though we need to discuss. The situation with Prince Lionel. When you were informing me as to what happened, I could tell there was some disagreement about how the events specifically transpired. But one thing that I think is a very clear through line in how all of you described it is that Prince Lionel was very upset because all of you were in a disagreement. And I understand that a man who's mother is in danger, especially one is Prince Lionel, who loves his mother so much. But for him to grow that passionately, that quick, there were things I heard about what transpired in Rosemont as well. I want to make something very clear to all of you in this moment. I did not have a great deal of love for my brother Edemir. In fact, I held a great resentment towards him, and he I. But after our mother's passing, I did everything I could as Lord Paramount to support him. And I do everything now as king to support his legacy and to ensure that people view him as he always wished himself to be seen. I know many of you do not like each other. How blind of a father would I have to be to not see that? I know there is much discontent, and I know that there is much disagreement about the plan that I've enacted in forming the King's Hand and placing all of you on it to try and better our kingdom. So please let me make something very clear. If the subtext was not clear enough, you all do not need to like each other. You do not need to bear great love for one another, but what I need all of you to start seeing is that all of you are good at something. All of you have some gift or talent, something that makes you so incredibly special that people connect to, that people would be willing to make you monarch for. Recognize those strengths and respect them, and understand that all of you, in one way, shape, or form, are weak in some way. There is a reason why naming an heir is not easy for me. But together, I believe all of you can grow and learn from each other. And it's very important that in those sibling spats that all of you have them in front of each other alone. Do not let it spill out in front of anyone else. Siblings fight, they argue, they bicker, yes. But it is different for all of you because you are the heirs of the king and you are the king's hand. If you fight in private. And if you fight in private, the next day, after you've had time to sleep it off, you find some way to make amends. I love all of you dearly. I am very proud of all of you for many different reasons. And I am sorry for the weight I put on your shoulders now. But if you all do not endure this trial, then I genuinely fear the worst for our kingdom. I'm sorry if I did not make that clear on our first meeting. But from what I have heard, it seems as though clarity was necessary. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Father, and if I'm alone, so be it. I just don't know exactly what you want from all of this. No, I know what you want. You just said that, but you're sending us out into the world to fix these problems that so much bigger than any of us. And we came back and we reported on Rosemont, and I don't know about anyone else, I don't feel like I got anything back. I don't know if you loved what I did in Rosemont, I don't know if you hated it. You didn't say anything. The council didn't say anything. You asked and you watched and you observed, but how am I supposed to know if what I'm doing is right or wrong or indifferent when I'm not getting anything to work with? I know you hated that we called this a test, but how else are we supposed to see it? It feels like we've been forced into a room and we're being pitted against each other. And I don't know what to do about that.
Do the rest of you feel similarly?
Not necessarily the pitted against each other, but I know that as much fun as I thought this all would be, I don't think I really understood fully the gravity of what I'd be doing with everybody, which sometimes makes me feel like my opinions are lesser than. Not intentionally, I think, from anybody, but why would, Edwin, who's been an actual diplomat, listen, not like he doesn't listen to me, but more like, his word feels like it has more weight than just 19-year-old Arkenvale graduates.
Nadja, Derek, Gareth, give us the room, please. Now, with that, the three of them kind of scoot up and leave, leaving just your father and all of you alone. Edwin, Xanthi, Caleb?
I actually brought up a similar sentiment that first night we were traveling to Rosemont. I was talking with Rainier and I asked what concerns there could be. And I was told that everyone in that room where you had that discussion was sworn to secrecy upon it. That we were not to know what exactly you have as concerns. And I agree with Marek. If you want something more, you need only say it. If you have concerns, they should be voiced.
Kaelin, Edwin?
If I'm being honest, though I am surrounded by my siblings every day, oftentimes I feel like I am alone and hated for everything I say and do. I feel as though I'm not sure why I'm on this path. As much as I have worked so very hard to fit in and belong, it has only caused me to grow more distant and more cast aside. I don't have an answer for you. Those are just my feelings.
Edwin?
Right. I agree with all of my siblings, and from our discussion prior, you know where I stand on the conversation of the air. I only accepted this for two reasons. One, because you asked it of me. And two, because I wanted to protect my family. My siblings. To be there when they need someone to talk to, or hopefully put out fires when they are started. I don't know how we don't think this is a test. But I'm trying to make sure that I know that this is a very big task, and picking one of us is difficult, but I don't know how we move forward. We continue being the hand, but when that day comes, when you have to choose what happens, it's all of us.
Thank you, Merrick, for asking the initial question that started this conversation, and thank you to each one of you for being honest. I have an answer I can give right now, and one I can give in the future. The one I can give right now is rooted in truth. But I cannot give you the full truth right now, and I hope you can respect that. I want to, I do. But there are...
Can I ask what is stopping you? Is it yourself, or is there something else we should be concerned of?
You can see he, in this moment, right, showing, weakness and not negative, in like a negative connotation, but weakness and transparency to his kids. You, anybody with a passive insight of 12 or higher can see his eyes flick towards Via for just a moment.
It's funny because my passive insight is 10.
So-
Da-di-da-di-da.
Looking at everybody.
I cannot. If I were to reveal, it could change things. And I know that is vague, and I wish I could say more, but I can't. I can't. And I want all of you to hear me now and know that I am speaking truthfully and honestly. I will not lie to my children. I will not. I won't offer you twisted truths to deceive you. Nothing has made my blood boil more than what they made me do to Edwin. After Rosemont, my boy, I want you to know that I am so sorry for that. And I fought tooth and nail against it. But it is part of something bigger than me.
So it is
Wait.
not a decision from you, then? Is there something we should be concerned about, Father? Are you safe? Are we safe?
I am safe. I am. All of you are safe as well. Adaria is safe. Adaria is safe as long as all of you learn how to work together. I didn't put you all on the king's hand. I didn't reform that group, which its last forming crumbled into dust and was a disaster. I didn't do this because I thought it would be a fun fall activity for all of you. I did it because I believe that our kingdom has no other choice. I'm sorry that all of you feel pitted against each other. Perhaps there was more I could have done when all of you were growing up. To build those bridges, to mend those wounds, but I'm sorry for the past, and there's no changing that now. But what I can try and do is help all of you build a better future. Everything will be okay. That I can promise you. But the truth I can give you right now about why this is necessary is because the king's hand and all of you going out into the world allows two things to happen. It allows the world to see you, not just Adaria, but the world, to see you at what I believe will be your very best, because it is within the very blood of House Falkrest that when we are under duress and pain and extenuating circumstances, we overcome. We beat the odds every time. That the world can see that you're not just some silver-spooned heirs, that you are of the blood of House Falkrest, that at your core you are heroes. And for two, that all of you can recognize where you struggle. Could I sit you down and tell you where I believe your flaws as a ruler would be? I could. But my very own mother, I believe, would have a lot to say about the way that I choose to rule my kingdom. I know my brother would have. It is not my job as a ruler to mold you to be like me. It is my job as your father, as a man who loves you so dearly, to try and give you the tools, wisdom when you need it, when you ask for it, and provide you opportunities to grow yourself, to be the ruler that you would be. It's important to me that all of you discover that, not just on yourselves, but from each other. And I know that may be hard to hear. And I know that it's not what you want to hear. But know that I see admirable qualities in each one of you. And I see a future for Adaria, where all of you exist, you coexist, you respect one another, and that the people perceive you as not just their ruler or their lady or lord paramount or whatever title it may be, but they recognize you as heroes, as champions of Adaria. That's what I want. I know it's not what you wanted to hear, but I hope that provides some clarity, some honesty. How's everybody looking? What's each kid's face looking like right now? How have they been reacting? Let's start at the top. Edwin. How's Edwin been
Yeah.
reacting?
So after he mentioned what truly happened in that room, what they made him do, Edwin has. I mean, he's still listening. He's still there, taking in, but he's definitely been. Like, you could tell his brain is running like rampant. He's like trying to figure things out.
Xanthi?
He confused.
I think Xanthi is kind of just like a kind of swallowed annoyance. Obviously, not trying to show that she's still kind of just like obviously annoyed of this whole thing of being like put into the king's hand because it should just be her. But I mean, Talon's a good speaker. I think no matter what, like his words reach people. And so like she is hearing what he's saying, but like there's still that kind of arrogance.
Oh, for sure. Okay. What about Kaylin?
I think for a lot of this, she was very stone-faced. I feel like Kaylin's typically very hard to read. But her eyes do give her away. So I think she's doing everything in her power to kind of like make eye contact with Talon. But like she's doing that thing where she's like looking at his ear instead of his eyes because she's having a hard time looking him in the eye right now. Because she's feeling a lot of guilt. Not just from what Talon has said, though.
Yeah, of course. Merrick.
I think Merrick, staring at the floor, just found like a crack or a speck, just some deformity that he can focus on, so he's not looking at anyone. But I mean, I think he just looks disheartened because as much as he genuinely believes that Talon sees that, the reality for Merrick is that since this group formed, there's people in it that he hates more than ever, so he just doesn't see it working as well as Talon wants.
Yeah. And last but not least, Via. What's she looking like?
So I'm gonna be the oddball out. Via actually looks pretty okay. She
Thank God for
feels
Via.
like, yeah, I mean, she's been wanting just like more of family and she's getting it and it sucks, but like but we're in the thick of it. And Talon being like, hey, I want you guys to work together. That's also what Via wants, and Via's like, maybe the therapy idea will work and maybe this talk will help everybody. Like she's feeling not like inspired, but like we got a dad talk, we got a parent talk, and she's like, yeah, I see you. Yeah, so she's pretty okay.
You can see that he like looks to each kid and sees that sort of disheartened, broken look on their face, and he'll or like intentionally, not looking at him like Kaylin, although stone-faced, like looking at his like temple or right behind him. You can see that Via, as you sort of nod, you can see a look of very genuine. I don't want to say happiness, but like faith, belief. You see genuine belief on his face as he sees you more in tune with it, and he does smile, and he makes eye contact with you for a moment and nods and says, as he turns back to the rest of you and the sort of smile fades, he'll say, I figured that since I'm already here, and hopefully this business will be resolved within the next few days, I will stay in Faithspire, and then I figured all of us could go to Skyhaven together. I don't wish to interfere with the festivities all of you have planned, but I'd like to be a viewer. The choice of Sentinel still lies with all of you. I trust all of you. I do. And so, the airship, Elendara's promise she made all those years ago at her coronation day. I think it serves as a good reminder to us now. And I think that if when all of you arrive at Skyhaven, championed by your king, your father, and he allows all of you to pick the Sentinel because of how much faith he has in all of you, I think the message that sends to the people and nobility of Adaria and those traveling from far-off nations to view the festivities, I think it says more than anything else. That is,
I
of
think
course...
you'll be really impressed with what we have planned, too.
I'm sure I will. And the messages I've received from Lady Alaris, most of the funding was spent. So allocated well, I suppose.
There is one thing regarding our travels back there.
Of course.
We did give a loose promise to Lady Marion that we would bring Landor to the festival with us. It was initially going to be simply on a ship, but I imagine especially now with the greater speed we can spare the trip.
Well, I would agree. I think it would make the young boy's life to pick him up in Elendara's promise from Arkenvale.
And I agree with that.
I can just imagine his face now. I remember a time, Octavia, me and your mother, we came to pick you up, and I remember all of those faces, of especially those young students, all of them, even some of the professors, just wide-eyed, watching the ship descend into the dock.
Oh my gosh, everyone talked about it for like the rest of the year. Man, easiest way to make friends, get picked up in an airship, just saying.
Well, I think he'll be quite popular after that.
Definitely.
Well, there's work to do, and I would like for all of us tonight, after everything is said and done, provided that we're able to safely escort Lady Iridessa out and have her pardoned, I think that it'd be nice to have dinner with all of you tonight. With Prince Lionel, with Gareth, and Lord Davian, and of course the Lady Paramount. I believe there's much we have to discuss, and I think breaking bread with a newly very valued ally be a good first step.
There was also one more thing I did want to ask.
Of course.
Has there been any progress with Rainier? I know it's only been a few days, but...
He's regained some of his facilities. The work that Lady Solara has done has been very good. There's some movement in his hand. He still can't speak, and he doesn't seem quite awake, but in the hand and the jaw, there is movement there. Things are working. They're connecting. The mechanisms are speaking to him, so hopefully he'll start speaking back soon and be able to tell us what happened. Because I don't know when it will be, but when Rainier can speak and he can tell us what happened to him, that will be a very important day for the King's Hand and for Adaria. When that day comes, we will be calling the banners, and we'll be marching on whatever place that is. And whoever did that to your uncle, we will bring them to justice. Perhaps whatever villains did this, they mistook Talon the kind as Talon the weak. I am not that. And I will prove that. And with the King's Hand beside me, It'll be a day to show great strength for our nation and for the future of it. There's work to be done. If there's nothing else, he'll kind of look. Oh my.
I think Talon's
Oh.
dying.
Yeah.
He's old.
Time to
We didn't make an error!
Fuck, boy.
Who is it?
Kids,
Me.
ha ha ha! I called it.
My sixth child.
My sixth
Oh my
child.
Go to sleep.
Another one.
No.
We don't have time for a side quest.
I'm done with bastards, man.
All right. No more one last things from anybody.
Actually, I think Xanthi's gonna shoot like a very
oh my
quick
god.
glance
Okay.
at Edwin, kind of beside herself. She immediately realizes and then just like corrects herself, but she's giving you that look.
Okay.
Edwin doesn't see it. Edwin is.
Deborah.
Kick his shins, Anthony.
Hey Edwin, Xanthi's looking at you. No, I'm just kidding. We
Yes,
should go
I
make
know.
sure the Lady Paramount's all right.
Yes. I will take Knight Commander Nadja, as well as Gareth and Lord Davian, and we will head to the Church of Unity headquarters. We'll gather everything there, and here. He'll pull out another piece of parchment, and he will write pretty much his royal support of the Crown of Adaria backing the King's Hand invocation of the Edict of Mercy. And he will sign his name at the bottom. He will seal it up. He'll stamp it, and he will hand it to you, Merrick. And as you go to grab hold of it, he kind of we'll say that this is as all of you are sort of getting up and preparing yourselves. He'll go over to you, Merrick, as you're both standing. He'll hand it as you grab it. He'll kind of place a hand on your shoulder. And he looks very intently at you, Merrick, and says, "Know, my son, that I am very proud of you. And I know things seem grim right now, that they seem bleak. But have faith in me. I promise I did not do this to tear all of you apart. It's always darkest before the dawn, all right?
You said something similar when Mom left.
He'll let go and he'll sort of drop his hand, not out of hurt, but out of respect for a desire for space, and say, I know.
I want to believe, Father, it's just... You have no idea. You have no idea.
He looks to you for a long moment, and he'll take a step closer and say, I'm not very proud of this moment, but there was a time when I was a young man, when I came back. Edwin wasn't but 1 or 2 at the time. Your uncle Edamir said some very harmful and hurtful things to me, and I drew a blade on him. In that moment, I almost... But I didn't. And I supported him, and I did love him. I do know what you're feeling, son. I do. And I promise you it will get better.
I hope you're right.
kind of clap your shoulder, and he will say, "Gareth!" And the doors will open, and you can see some of the Crown Claw Knights move in, as well as the Adarian Watch, just to make sure that the area is okay. And your father will look to all of you and say, "Very well. I would wait here for just a few moments, maybe 5-10 minutes, allowing me enough time to get to the Church of Unity. The letter that I gave to Prince Lionel, they should already have everything set up by the time Lady Iridessa gets there. Very little time for anything bad to happen." All right. After everything I've heard from all of you, you have my support in this. Do whatever you deem is needed to make sure that Lady Iridessa is safe. With that, he'll nod towards all of you and he'll walk out, gathering the Crown Claw Knights, his entire retinue, and they will begin to march their way out of Sunvale Keep for the headquarters of the Church of Unity.
Before Talon leaves the room, Edwin just kind of snaps out of his stupor and just walks up to Talon and whispers to him. "Can I talk to you alone later?"
Of course, yes. After all this is settled, before dinner.
Maybe after dinner.
All right. Is everything all right?
Yes. Yes.
Make a deception check.
All right.
Lies.
Guidance.
I don't need to
Blatant
ask. Hey, Dad, what's that?
Lying to a bar. Try.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, Edwin.
Sweat just beating down his
Yeah.
face. Yes.
Teeth chattering.
Everything
flipping.
is fine.
Are you in danger?
No.
Technically.
Make a second deception check.
Are your siblings in danger?
At this very moment, no. I'm fine.
And you genuinely believe this can wait till later? I can make the time right now. I can.
It has waited for a long time. So yes, it can.
I ask you to respect my secrets. It's only fair that I do the same for you. I will not forget about this, though. Promise you that.
Oh, I know. Steel trap.
And Edwin, he's gonna hug you. And it's a very, deep, tight, bear hug.
Yeah, Edwin tears up a little bit.
Kinda pulls away and he, holds your shoulders. You are a good man, my son.
For the best.
You did spend a lot of time around Rainier, didn't you? And, with that, he'll smile. And you can see there's still some concern behind his eyes, but there's other things to do. So with that, he'll depart, leaving the rest of you alone in this dining room.
Davian didn't hear it, right?
No.
Okay.
So with that, the door's shut.
Yeah.
5 of you are left alone again.
After that conversation, Edwin does make eye contact with Xanthi after she made eye contact with him not too long ago. Well, it was a good conversation.
least it seems that. Why do you always do this, Felicity?
I don't
Go
know,
speak.
Gemma.
Speak, girl.
I feel like it went pretty well.
Certainly means that everything will be resolved here soon. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Are all of you okay? Looking more towards Merrick and Kaylin, who hasn't spoken.
Just fine.
I'm okay.
Maybe we should get this done and over with then.
I agree.
As always, Via is correct.
As always.
As 99% of the time. All right, 98.
Okay. Calm down.
97 at worst.
If you stay here any
Perhaps
longer,
you
it's going to
forged
keep
those
going down.
results as well.
Xanthi,
Just saying.
Right.
was that supposed to be a joke?
I think
just
somebody
came
has
off
a
in like a-
job to do, and he should get to it. Yeah, Dingleberry.
What?
Hop to it. You're the guy that's got to go do the thing. What, isn't that what Dad said, or are my ears broken all of a sudden?
Well, we're all going, right?
No, I
Yeah, I'll
think
come.
it's just all right.
You want to send one guy to deliver this message?
Merrick
That's
walks
not.
up.
That's
Hey, you got a piece of paper here.
yeah.
Hey, listen.
Merrick never arrived. What are you
That was
talking
a
about?
Merrick
Good job,
becomes
Gemma.
like the newspaper boy.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Extra.
Lady Irides has been pardoned. What? Huh? No one told
None.
me
You
this.
what?
Edict of Mercy has been resolved.
Boom, boom, boom.
Alrighty.
What a paper.
So all of you head out. You wait the 5-10
Head out.
minutes as per requested. You now with your Adarian watch, as well as well, one of the things that I would say is Alara, who is the head servant. She would approach, and she would say, "Excuse me, King's Hand. I did have one piece of information that Prince Lionel wished for me to give to all of you.
Yes.
Before you make your way, he did offer that should you wish to have a retinue of House Emberlin soldiers with you, that the captain of the guard would be more than willing to provide them. 80 soldiers could be spared if you wish to transport the Lady Paramount more safely, or if you wish for it to be the sole representation of the Adarian Watch in the King's Hand. Prince Lionel respects that as well."
I see no reason why we wouldn't accept, glancing to everyone else.
I think we should take it.
Be good for her to be received with her own people.
I agree.
Very good. I
Agree.
will give word to the captain of the guard, and the retinue of soldiers will meet you at the front gate. With that, she
Very
will
well. Thank you.
curtsy, and she will head off. All right. With that, make your way out of Sunvale Keep, and eventually gathering right behind the gate, you can see guards are beginning to pour out of the guardhouse, wearing the armor, much more decorative armor. You can see that if they're going to be receiving the Lady Paramount, they do need to be wearing the sort of ceremonial armor of House Emberlin. You can see that the guards are outfitted with breastplates, chainmail underneath them, gambesons underneath that of white and sort of like a burnt orange. But you can see slung across their shoulders are these kind of like pinched tabards. that sort of drape down to their mid-thigh, creating this sort of like cloth-like clergy appearance. And you can see that many of them on their backs have some type of like censer or some type of incense burner that creates this sort of like plume of like religious fume that follows after them. Each one is decorated with a sword and shield off to the side, sword in its scabbard, as well as a few daggers on their back. So these are religious warriors, ready to receive their Lady Paramount and protect her in her journey to the headquarters of the Temple of Unity. So with that, King's Hand, your 9 Adarian Watch members, including Captain Vela and Karth.
Yeah.
You begin to make your way towards
The rectory.
towards the rectory. There we go. All right. So King's Hand. Marching behind you, there's this like low rumble of thunder as you've gathered about 90 individuals yourselves, 95 individuals yourselves included, as you begin making your way towards the rectory. You can see that word seems to have already spread of a great host marching from the walls of Sunvale Keep, as it seems as though the guard outside of the rectory has doubled. There are now 4 solar champions that are standing here, as well as several squires. You can see that as you approach, the solar champion who stands watch says, "Halt! The King's Hand amasses a great force in front of the rectory. What business do you have here?"
Merrick will walk up, just him alone. And I mean, I assume he has a little bit of room to, like, there's not like some speech he has to like recite when reading the
Nope.
edict, right? Like, he has some freedom there.
Yeah.
All right. Merrick will open up the parchment and open it. I, Merrick Veltaris Falcrest, speak on behalf of the King's Hand. With the approval of Talon Falcrest, King of Adaria, we hereby invoke the Edict of Mercy to pardon Lady Iridessa Paramount of all of her crimes. She is to be released to us immediately.
You can see the guards, they sort of look back and forth to one another. And there's this, like, tension. Because they don't know about this. They are not familiar with the Edict of Mercy, and as far as they believe, the Edict of Vigilance should oversee anything that the Crown can do or any other individual can do. So they just sort of stand there for a moment, and one of the solar champions, he looks to you, Merrick, and says, "This is... Are you?" And looking towards one of the squires, "Go retrieve Derek. Retrieve the High Solar. A matter of much importance. The King's Hand evokes the Edict of Mercy." And you can see the squire sort of nods and runs into the rectory. And a few moments later, Derek... Click the wrong one. There we go. Derek steps out much sooner than what he has before. "I knew something would happen. I knew
investigation would be allowed to proceed unfettered. I knew something would stop it. But what I did not believe is that the king's hand would stoop so low to supersede the church.
And he reaches out his hand for the piece of parchment, Merrick.
Merrick puts it in his hand and just stares him down.
Cracks it open, furls it. He reads. He hands it to one of the solar champions next to him.
We are at an impasse, I would say. By the laws of Adaria, I am to pass over this criminal freely, to allow her to be pardoned and forgiven of any wrongdoing she has done. But also, I have a duty to the people of Adaria.
As he takes a step down, you can see the heavy armor moving closer to you, Merrick.
A duty to protect the people of Adaria. And so you now come before me after a promise of a free and fair investigation, and you try and take, by royal decree, someone who now has been painted so very clearly guilty. Is that correct?
I, Solar Derek. Are you defying this edict of mercy? And Merrick will reach down to his gun, and he will just pull the hammer back. As he just stares at Derek.
You can see some of the solar champions, their arms go to their hilts.
Via will,
Just staring at Derek.
Via is going to have her bracelet ready and actually follow up and back up Merrick right now.
Yeah, Edwin's hand is going to start turning black as he gets ready for an inflicted wound. It's like emanating like dark energy at this point.
Kaylin, Xanthi, did the two of you do anything?
No, I think that this is a very tense moment. So,
You mean?
This is where we stand all together.
This is where we squad up.
This is
Come
where we
on.
squad up.
Let Kayla make her decision.
Just kidding.
I was just gonna say it's a pretty tense moment. I think that there is like this kind of like sickly purple hue that kind of takes over Kaylin's eyes, and her irises are just like this deep purple instead of white now. That's it.
Xanthi?
Somehow, Xanthi is the pacifist in this.
We're not fighting. We're all still pacifists.
I mean, she naturally has to hold her trident, but she's not like gripping it in any prepared way. And I mean, do we have room to speak here? Is this the thing, or?
Yeah, if you want to say something, you can.
Yeah, okay. Just seeing everyone else, readying themselves, she will just say, I believe it's more than a clear choice of what you must do, High Solar, for the good of Adaria.
For the good of the nobility of Adaria. But very well. Release your weapons. And he looks down to you, Merrick. Very well. Come and claim her then.
And Derek will turn and he'll walk into the rectory and not have the door shut.
Merrick will flick the hammer back and follow after him.
Can we go with Merrick?
Oh, we're absolutely going in there
Oh,
with.
Okay, good.
And all of our guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not stopped.
All fucking
Let's
90
go.
of them. Let's go. Squad up.
Joe, just as a quick thing,
Mhm.
I am 100% ready to pull the trigger on a healing word. Just putting that out there.
Okay.
If something deals damage to the lady, healing word immediately.
Boom. Okay.
I'll
Similar
chuck a potion
dichotomy.
at her ass. All right, I'll throw a potion at her feet
Oh.
if I need to. But it's Edwin's. He's about to cast a spell if it happens. He's on it.
Okay. The soldiers begin
And
to
I'll
pour
stab Derek should he try anything.
behind all of you. And now, what we have here is a little bit of a skill
Old-fashioned
challenge.
stand. Oh
What?
no! Wait, what are you doing?
A what now? You spoke quietly. I legit didn't hear you, but I'm
I
concerned.
said a little bit of a skill challenge.
I'm afraid if that's what you said.
I'm afraid of that. What you said.
Who do you think who I am, or whatever?
Who do you think you are? I am.
All right.
Oh shit, dude.
So in the skill challenge, I'm not going to tell you what the end result will be, but you want successes. All right.
No, failures
You
only.
want to fail.
God, you
And,
think?
I'm not going to tell you what will happen in the end, but over the course of the journey from the doorway to Lady Iridessa's room, where she's currently being held, the same place she was held before, you will have 5 opportunities to make skill checks, one for each one of you,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
in response to what Derek is saying. Not going to tell you how many successes you need. Not going to tell you what a success or failure is.
Are these only verbal challenges, perchance?
I will allow you to, I know, breaking the mold here. It will be verbal, it will be spoken, but I will allow you to pitch to me another skill to use in that place. It doesn't have to be persuasion, doesn't have to be perception, but it will be some type of skill check. But you could say, I'm gonna talk about this, I'm gonna say this. Can I make that as an Arcana check? I'm okay with that. That's a
Otherwise,
concession.
I'm straight
Yeah, I got you.
negative numbers.
Xanthi doesn't have good persuasion.
So,
No.
with that, Derek Marathis will begin to walk very slowly. As you can see, many of the solar champions in here, as well as some of the other squires, initiates, clerics, some of the individuals that have been held here as long as Lady Iridessa, servants of House Emberlin, look with fear, not knowing exactly what will happen, as the first thing Derek says is,
I want all of you to know that I genuinely, very deeply believe you overstep in this current moment. It is the duty of the church to protect the people, and you now stand in the way of that. Do you understand how that looks?
as he sort of stops and turns to look at all of you, preventing you from moving further.
May I?
Go for it, Edwin. You know
Get in
churches.
there, big dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk the church
Church
out.
I was given church, so I'm
You're
gonna.
a warlock or something.
Religion,
Cash
religion,
them?
religion.
Yeah.
Pray, pray, pray.
Study church or something. Oh fuck! We talked way too long. Now I forgot. Hold on. Wait a minute.
It's been like 10 seconds.
My brain sucks.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Didn't think about that.
Edwin says, "Yes, and out of all people I know the importance of the church, and with all due respect, Derek, I think this whole investigation has been out of hand. I think it's time for this to come to an end, where we are no longer at each other's throats.
All right, what type of roll do you want to make?
Persuasion, please.
All right, make a persuasion check.
Can I cast guidance or? No. Okay.
It ups the DC by 4, so it's not really worth it.
30, 20.
30-20.
Don't even need it.
Perhaps you are. Perhaps there is a shard of truth in your words, Prince Edwin.
And he'll turn, and he'll begin to move further and further down the hallway. And it seems as though he's calm for a moment, but then that tensity grows again as he says, I must say, as you get to the base of the, or as you get to the top of the stairs, about to descend down,
I think my problem is, though, you all believe so staunchly that she is free of crime that she's committed? Or did you discover something within Sunvale Keep that you don't want me to see? I know that is conjecture, it's neither here nor there. But tell me, do you protect the Lady Iridessa because you genuinely believe she's done no wrong? Or are you just collecting pieces of power, as most nobility do?
Can I take this one?
Get in
Go
there,
for
queen.
it, Xanthi.
Okay.
Shit all over him.
It's as we told you the other day. It is not that we do not deny she has no fault. It is that the way she is to be dealt with ought to be in a special case. Need I remind you that is the purpose of the Edict of Mercy. It is not a denial of wrongdoing, but rather a recognition of the complexities of the situation. We do not know the full extent and the picture of this corruption. I do not deny that there is corruption here. The idol is proof enough. But there needs to be a more delicate hand, a more thorough hand. That is why we enact what we do.
Okay, what type of roll do you want to make?
History check. Because
You referenced history, yeah.
historically bound.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted it.
Yeah, that was a good one. All right, make a history check.
I just needed something that would be good for me. Never mind. I'm not good for me.
No, John, you are good for you.
It disappeared from my screen. I think she should roll again.
Yeah, I agree. Edwin can't see.
I can't. Or is it? I can't see it. No, okay. So, Xanthi,
What did you roll for real?
7.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 3, sorry.
I suppose that's easy to say when one of those pardons was for your own uncle, throwing away lives of soldiers and common folk. It's easy to pass forgiveness then, yes.
But I and you can see he doesn't turn and continue to move, not letting you all cross the threshold down.
An artifact from the Serpent's Grove, the home of Sazras, found in her rectory.
Need I remind you, I am also from the Serpent's Grove, and I do not worship the Dragon's Triarchy. Why is it that you believe so wholeheartedly that we are here to enable corruption? Why is it you believe so passionately that we want to harbor a fugitive and cause the destruction of the very thing that we fight for every day, which is the safety of our kingdom.
What check do you want to make?
A bitch slap check? Persuasion?
Hey,
Roll for an attack? Yeah, sure. Make a persuasion check.
Nice. Bitch slap with a mage hand. How does that work? Go with a
Hey.
spellcasting modifier or?
No. Bitch slap with that gauntlet hand, baby.
Oh
them
damn!
rings.
24. Jack Bauer.
Hey! Okay.
Like,
Been a while.
Been a while.
You can see he looks back to Xanthi, and then he looks to you, Caitlin.
Truth be told, it's not that I believe all of you intend harm for Adaria. Any harm you bring about to this nation, I believe, will be unintentional. I fear you're being deceived, but if you do not believe that, then perhaps I'll.
And he looks back towards the House Emberlin guards and will drop his train of thought and begin to head down the stairs. All of you, make your way down. The Adarian Watch are going to be the ones that come down with you, and maybe some of the Emberlin Watch guards. There's just not a lot of room in these corridors and hallways in the basement of the rectory, especially in Lady Iridessa's chamber, so they don't want to crowd things up too much because they're just gonna have to go back up the stairs anyway. So a lot of them are just pretty much gonna make a formation so that way she can easily be escorted out. Okay. So as you get to the door, you can see he places his hand on the door, that gauntleted hand, and he'll stop. And without looking to all of you, he will say, "It is not right. It is not just that she is given free rein to just leave, to be pardoned. The investigation, I must implore you to allow it," and at this point he'll turn, "to continue. Whatever methods of detection we have to search the keep must be used to give this rest, because now, should it not be given the proper rest, should she just be pardoned, it could potentially further infect how people view the Lady Iridessa, that she was held and then pardoned with no."
What are the methods of detection that you've been using, and what flaws do they have? Because if you haven't, how many weeks now? Almost a month, and you've barely been able to scrounge up anything. I think you know very well that magic works in a very finite way. So error is hard to come by unless maybe your caster or somebody is someone you need to question. Or do you feel like it's a reliable thing that you've been using? Because most of the time you cast the spell, it's either yes or no. So what else do you think you could find?
What type of check do you want to make, Octavia?
Arcana!
Oh. Make an Arcana check.
Police! Oh my fucking god, don't hate me, guys. It's a +7.
Oh no.
Oh, don't hate me.
9.
Sorry, I'll just get under his boot now and he can...
oh my god.
Quite the curve!
Yeah, I didn't get the roll. What was it?
9.
Dude, that's a 9.
It was a
Dude,
2.
dude.
Yeah,
Has anyone's birthday been recently, or
I already used mine. Already used it.
anyone in the chat? Has it been your birthday?
You would insult my methods of investigation. You do not believe that something as insidious as the dragon's hierarchy could hide in the very cracks of the mortar. But I forget myself. Forgive me, Princess Octavia. I know you did not mean to insult, correct?
Oh no, definitely not. I just was inquiring. I'm so sorry.
Prince Merrick, you invoked the right, so it is up to you to go retrieve the Lady Iridessa. And he'll open the door. And you can see, as he opens it, Lady Iridessa is on the other end of the room, still chained to the ground. And he'll take the key off his loop, and he'll hand it to you. Go retrieve her.
Do I get a vibe that, like, I'm about to get a hammer in the back of my head the moment I walk past this guy? Just any vibes like that?
Make an insight check. This isn't your skill
cool.
check, but we'll do it.
No, I'd hope not. Insight. Oh, 21.
He is tense right now. You can see he's teetering. He's not sure what to do. You're not exactly sure what he intends, but it definitely seems as though Merrick, in this moment, I'm going to message you. In this moment, I'm going to message you.
Okay, cool. Just filling the air, just thinking about what I'm going to do. No dead time on the air. All right.
Message. Ryan? Okay, yeah. Okay.
Got it. I didn't receive anything. Who'd you send that to? No. Merrick. So he gave Merrick the key, yes?
He did, yeah.
Merrick kind of holds it for a second. Sorry, this is Brian talking. When we used the writ, like, hey, we have authorization to go talk to Lady Iridessa, do we still have that, or did we lose that piece of paper?
I think that for a writ like that, and I know it wasn't part of what we pre-baked into the thing, but they'd have to have like a limited time frame. It wouldn't just be,
Oh yeah, I'm not going to use it. I want to use it to make a point.
I'd say you still have the piece of paper.
us.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it would still be in effect though.
Okay. I'm going to go a little hard here, guys, because I think we need it. Merrick will pull out the writ and kind of hold it out for Derek again. That's your High Sunkeeper's signature on that paper. I don't know you, Derek, or the kind of man you are. But you've made your own leaders in your church nervous. I'd like to believe that you want to do the right thing. But going in there and killing her, attacking us, it's only going to ruin any future good you can do. And you have a responsibility to those that follow you. Because if this fight starts, I cannot promise how out of hand it's going to get. I am asking you to make the right decision here. For all of our sakes.
Merrick, what type of check do you want to make?
Stealth. No. I know. Hear me out.
Okay.
Survival.
That's hilarious.
It is him very much saying, even if you do this, you and a bunch of the people who genuinely look up to you and believe in you, you are signing their deaths. The king himself is here. You're not getting away with this. If you make something happen right here and now, there will be consequences.
I think that's really interesting. And I like the pitch there. And due to the use of props, using the writ, I'll say make it with advantage. It's
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's a nat 20. That's a nat 20. Is that a success?
I'm sweaty.
Is that a success?
I know you can't tell us, but just tell me that.
You can see there is a moment, Merrick, as he holds the paper, and there is so much tension as he just slowly, his gaze rises up to meet yours from the page. And you can see that tension just like a knot pulled free dissolves.
suppose you're right. Perhaps. Perhaps somewhere. You see, he stops. Retrieve the Lady Paramount and take her to the Church of Unity so she may be pardoned. And you can
Derek
see
will
he
turn for.
opens the door the rest of the way, and he won't stop you.
Merrick will turn to step in, but he'll stop for a moment. He'll look back to Derek. I'm the Thorned Hawk. We've all gone too far before. And he will head in to retrieve Lady Iridessa.
Okay. Sounds good. You move and you sort of kneel down, and Lady Iridessa says, Is it over? Am I free?
As he's unlocking her, the king's here. We invoked the Edict of Mercy.
My gods, for me? And you can see she's like you can see she's starting to get lightheaded, like about to like fall back, because that's a lot.
Merrick. Yeah, Merrick will just grab her. Focus. Breathe. We have to take you to the Church of Unity first to get official, but you'll be home before the end of the day with your son.
House Emberlin is ever in your debt, Prince Merrick. Ever. And to the king, to the king's hand, to all of you. Gods be good.
Merrick's gonna hand her his water pouch just because he doesn't know how well she's been taken care of, obviously.
Yeah.
Seems like she could use a little bit of energy.
Yeah, a little bit of water. It definitely doesn't seem like she's been, at least recently, doesn't seem like she's been starved or, withheld water. But she does drink it, and it helps her find a little bit of ground to stand on as she stands. And she does need a little bit of help walking.
Yeah, Merrick will do that for her.
Okay. So with that, quest completed. The Lady Iridessa has been retrieved.
That's crazy that it took that long.
We did it! Hooray!
I feel like it keeps doing that. What's with the delay?
I don't know. Could be the fact that Foundry also was literally like on death's door right before the session. It's already in the coffin.
I think it's me because I have the Discord open, but then when I click back to the Foundry, then it goes off. So it might be like a connection type thing.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Like it waits for you to see it.
Yeah, it wants to know like you did a good thing.
That's really cute.
Yeah. Funny.
Okay.
Yeah. Cute.
So with that, all of you make your way back up the stairs. One second.
Derek's like, psych.
All right. So, the House Emberlin guards, they help guide her up the stairs. They help make sure that she's safe. And as she begins to make her way up, you can see several guards of the Church of the Broken Sun. They begin to whisper. They begin to talk back and forth a little bit more aggressively until one says, "This isn't right. The investigation should be allowed to finish." One of the House Emberlin priests who'd been kept here says, "No, it is about time that the Lady Iridessa is free of this witch hunt. She has been kept here against her will for so long, a lady paramount. It is unbecoming of a woman of her position. But what she has done is treason. It is blasphemy, heresy." You can see they start shouting back and forth as all of you are beginning to move out, and you can see the House Emberlin guards, they're beginning to grow more tightly together, sort of creating this wall as Lady Emberlin is beginning to walk out. And you can see some of the Church of the Broken Sun, they move forward, they start to push into the line to try and get the procession to stop. But before any of you can try to stop it on your own, Derek does come up the stairs and he says,
Stop! All of you, stop! The Lady Iridessa is under the protection of the Edict of Mercy, invoked by the King's hand, supported by the King. There is nothing more we can do. Allow her to go.
move! As you can see, some of the Church of the Broken Sun champions haven't moved, but with that, they step back. And with that, she is allowed to step out. And all of you exit the rectory.
Am I, by chance, able to get a moment to speak with Derek?
Yeah, so the thing is as the Lady Iridessa is being escorted out, you can see that Derek begins giving commands to the rest of his soldiers.
Allow the rest of them to leave. Our investigation here is done. No. Any draconic influence is no longer present here.
And at that point, Xanthe, you could make your way up as the procession is still making its way out.
Yeah, and she won't make people keep up because obviously it's important to get the Lady Iridessa there. But she also wouldn't be offended if people wait behind as well. AKA, y'all are free to do what you want. But she will go up to Derek. May I speak with you a moment?
You may.
Perhaps in an area a little bit more private away from, well, so many different guards.
You can see that already a little, frustrated with the day. He will nod and concede and say,
Of course, Princess. Allow us to speak in the gardens.
and he'll step out. Just outside the main rectory floor, there is a fairly sizable garden, and there are a few individuals here, and he'll wave them out, and they leave. And the two of you are alone in the garden now.
Firstly, I must thank you for being cooperative. I do understand that it is not an easy thing for you to sidestep your own judgment so easily. But that's why I wanted to say, I know that things have gotten heated between you and the Hand. But I do not believe you were ever wrong in your investigation. And I believe that is warranted to be said. I think I recognize that you are a man of your values and a duty to your station. And as I have said before, I've never doubted that you were simply just following what you saw fit, following your responsibility to investigate and write out any corruption. So please, though this edict will go forth and the Lady Iridessa will be pardoned, do not think that it is meant to be an accusation against what you have done here and how you have acted. Because I believe that the investigation itself does not truly end here. As you had your secrecy around what you are looking into, I think I will keep mine. But we do have reason to believe foul play. And I question if you have any reason to doubt the character of anyone within your church, of anyone that has been around Lady Iridessa. I would appreciate it if you'd be willing to share those doubts with me. It may help us find what we're looking for.
You believe that someone under my nose planted that incriminating evidence?
We do not have certainty yet. But it is a notion that we are entertaining, and seriously so.
There were only 3 people that were ever actively in that room. Myself, Captain Dawnguard, and Brother Solarian, an initiate, but he was the one who would dress her wounds, would feed her, get her water. Those were the only 3 who were in there. If I may also be honest with you in this moment, Princess Xanthi. The Lady Iridessa being pardoned and my investigation being put to a halt, and the light that paints me in, written very clearly with those signatures on that writ. My time as High Solar will be coming to an end. And with that, a mass exodus of the Church of the Broken Sun will follow. I hope that the next time our paths cross, we can work together more amicably, but just make sure that you do not cross yourselves or affiliate with those agents of darkness. I can forgive Lady Iridessa that she was potentially framed, that she was just a poor woman who didn't know what she was doing. But if it happens a second time, may the gods have mercy.
Oh, then I shall swear it to you. You have your principles, I have mine. I would never let anything related to the dragon's triarchy threaten this kingdom. It is marked too much of these lands. So if there's ever anything truly credible, truly, seriously threatening, even if it is not the triarchy itself, I would never stand for it. I would never allow it, and I would do anything in my power to ensure that it does not come to fruition. I believe in this kingdom's safety first and paramount.
And in this moment, I will believe you. But it goes without saying.
And at that point, the doors to the garden open as Captain Dawnguard moves in and says,
High Solar, the High Sun Keeper is here to speak with you.
and you can see that Derek looks and waves and looks to you, Xanthi, and says,
Well, it happened sooner than I assumed it would. I hope that the Lady Iridessa did not deceive you, Princess. Good luck on your journey.
I will not allow myself deceived.
that, and almost a loss for words. He will give a slight bow, and he will head into the rectory. All right. Xanthe, you rejoin your siblings and the Lady Iridessa?
Yeah.
Okay. Phantasmic. You leave the temple garden.
Great show.
And all of you then begin to make your way towards the, we go to the Faith District here, to the Church of Unity. Now, this procession that you march to, heading towards the Halls of Unity, there are a lot of onlookers, a lot of different members of the clergy, as well as a lot of different citizens of Faithspire. See, the Lady Iridessa, after many weeks of no communication, and especially the past few days, with the arrival of the King's Hand and all of this back and forth with all of the churches, they were unsure as to what would happen. But what they see is their Lady Paramount walk free and walk to the Church of Unity. There's a large crowd that begins to sort of gather around and behind, very curious as to what's happening. It's not strange that the Lady Iridessa makes her way to the churches. In fact, she frequents them often. However, she's being escorted by the King's Hand, by the Adarian Watch, as well as her own soldiers. There have been some murmurs and whispers about what exactly happened, about why she was being held, about the eviction of the Edict of Vigilance. But now she walks free. Well, she must have been found not guilty, of course. But then there are other whispers. With the king here, the Church of Unity, could it be? Could it be? A lingering whisper on the crowd of something more, some deeper involvement by the crown. So all of you make your way into the great cathedral of the Hall of Unity. There you can see that the procession has already been, or the ritual has already been set up. The oils, the incense, the High Arbiter, the Counselor, King Talon. Everything has already been prepared. As King Talon steps forward and he says, "The King's Hand has retrieved the Lady Paramount. Lady Iridessa, it is a great honor that I come to your city. And I want it to be known that had it not been for the efforts of the King's Hand, we know not what would have happened to the Lady Iridessa. So in this day, I am so ever thankful for entrusting the King's Hand with the vested power of the crown to do what is right to protect those that cannot protect themselves. Whether it be the nobility of Adaria, or whether it be the common folk, we will not allow anyone to bend you, to break you, to convict you. We will be your shield. We will protect you from those who would do you harm. That is a promise from me and from the King's Hand." In this moment, I would ask the Lady Iridessa step forward to receive her pardon of the Edict of Unity. And for the King's Hand, I would ask you assist me with this sacred duty. So do all of you make your way up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good, too. Is the right one? Okay. With that, you can hear the choirs of the Church of Unity begin to sing. This is a very big deal. The last pardon that had ever been done was by your grandmother for Rainier. So it has been some time now. I believe 60-ish years, 70 maybe. I don't know. Jimma will correct me after the session. So, Love you, Gemma. Talon will, knowing that all of you don't know how the ritual works, he will give you small instructions. He will ask you, Edwin, to begin reciting the text of the Church of Unity. These are basic religious texts dedicated to the three gods of the Church of Unity. You aren't invoking them as a member, but you are speaking them because it's the tradition within the Church of Unity. Xanthi, he will ask you to write down his words as he speaks the reason as to why she has been pardoned, and he will ask you to write down your own thoughts on that paper as well as the summation of why the King's Hand did what they did as a second entry, something that's never been done before in a pardon. This is not Xanthi's thoughts, this is why the King's Hand did it. Kalen, he will ask you to administer the oils. There are 22 different oils that are present here, one for each one of the deities that churches are made from. And it's just a small drop, but it is this sort of like religious absolution that she receives, and it's definitely more ritualistic. He will look to you, Merrick, and he will ask that, well, he'll look to Merrick and Octavia, as there's this sort of like renewal that needs to happen, where he will ask you to sort of place this like thin ribbon around her that's used to represent that sort of bound nature of, you know, the problems and the crimes potentially committed. And then Merrick, he will ask you to cut said ribbon to free her of those crimes. So with that, each one of you given a task. And as each one of those tasks worked on, he will begin to speak and say, "Under the authority vested in me as sovereign ruler of the 6 kingdoms of Adaria, I, Talon Falkrest, first of my name, do hereby invoke the Edict of Mercy upon Lady Iridessa Emberlin, Lady Paramount of House Emberlin, and Guardian of Faithspire. Let it be known that this pardon does not dismiss the gravity of this situation. Rather, it recognizes that intent must guide our judgment as surely as consequences do. Lady Iridessa has served Faithspire with devotion for decades. Her loyalty to Adaria is unwavering through times of peace and hardship alike. This mercy is not granted lightly, nor should it be received as such. It carries within it the expectation that House Emberlin will continue its tradition of faithful service to the realm, with renewed vigilance against forces that would seek to corrupt us or divide. Let this day not be remembered as a day of discord between the church and nobility, but for the unity that mercy can forge when justice alone might only deepen our divisions. So it is spoken, and so it shall be." And with that, he'll give you a nod, Merrick, as you cut that ribbon and the bounds fall, as she has been pardoned. She will begin to weep and sort of bow, like at your feet, at Talon's feet, at all of your feet, thanking all of you profusely. Thank you so much. My princess, my king, thank you. Thank you. And you can see Talon will kneel, and he will help her up. And he will sort of like hand her off to, I guess the closest person would be Merrick, as you were the one who cut the bounds, and he'll sort of hand her off to you to hold her. And he will take a step back to stand with the High Arbiter, as then all of you now stand at the forefront. You stand there with Lady Iridessa as she sobs, continuing to profess her thanks, her appreciation, and her solemn fealty to House Fulcrus into the king's hand. There are probably, hundreds of people that have gathered in here now to see the pardon. Is there anything any one of you are doing or saying in this moment when so many eyes are on you? You don't have to say anything. I know that's a lot of pressure, but is there anything anybody wants to do in this moment when there is a lot of vision on all of you?
I think Kaylin's not gonna do anything like too notable. She's just gonna stand solemnly and watch. She is paying a lot of attention to everything that is happening and just trying to read the faces of everybody else. But this, for Kaylin, doesn't feel like the time to make a scene by any means.
For sure. I get you. Who else? And if the answer is no, nothing, that's also okay. I just wanted to give you an opportunity.
No.
Nah, I'm gonna go with
doing
no.
none.
Yeah.
Merrick's gonna step forward. Is he?
I don't know. Is he? Is he?
Yes.
You gotta do it before Xanthi does.
Unless Xanthi wants to.
They can
Gemma,
both
if you have something you definitely want to say, you can go first.
I'm kind of on the fence, so you go.
Oh, I was
Okay.
joking. You are okay. Cool.
All right. Merrick will step forward and kind of look out to the crowd. Anyone like in particularly notable there, like the leaders of like the other churches and stuff?
Oh.
Alondor hanging out? Anything?
Oh yeah, there are members of the, like, all of the headquarters of the different churches. They're pretty close. So hearing that King Talon, somebody who he had seen grow from a young lad to now a very, very old man, Alondor's here, as well as members of the Church of the Cleansing Tempest. Also the leaders of the Church of the Unbroken are here, the ones that you had spoken to already. As well as some other lords and ladies, retainers. Lord Gareth is in the audience, as well as Sir Davian.
Yeah, I think Merrick will go up and he'll be quiet for a long time as he just kind of like looks out at all these people. Today is a good day. We return your Lady Paramount to you. But I know there is much confusion and concern and fear regarding the King's Hand. I ask for this day of forgiveness to be one for us as well. We swear to you that we will do everything in our power to help this kingdom as best as we can. We have much to learn, there's no denying that. But we are learning. The faith and belief of the subjects of Adaria, of this kingdom, it would mean the world to us. I ask you not to forget what you've heard or what you think. I only ask for a little bit of faith moving forward. Thank you. He'll step back.
And you can see, Merrick, that it's not out of it's not like many of the people don't connect with your words, but this is a very solemn place and a very solemn event. So there are nods, there are looks of affirmation, but there's no clapping,
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be for that.
Yeah. Okay. So.
You the Shia LaBeouf meme.
Hit Karth. Oh, misread the room.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. That's actually really such a cool guy. Okay, so with that, Merrick, as you turn back around, you can see Talon's beaming at you. A very, very big smile on his face at the words you spoke. Your father smiles a lot, but you know that look of pride on his face. That is very genuine, and he is very, very happy with the words that you said. He knows that you might not believe them wholly, but he's very happy that you said them. So very genuine, pride and happiness on his face. But
Merrick will just give a small smile and a nod as he kind of walks back to join side by side with his siblings.
And as you do, Prince Lionel will come up and he'll sort of take his mother's hands, and the two of them will hug. It's very sweet as she just like sobbing into his arms. My boy, my boy, my boy. Very happy to be reunited with her son permanently now. With that, eventually the High Arbiter of Unity will have the pardon officially transcribed into the books and copied a second time, not only with the reasoning behind it from King Talon, but...
Santhi, were you going to say something?
Yeah.
Oh no, I did decide against. Don't worry.
Okay. Sorry, when you had said that earlier, I thought you were saying, oh, I'm going to let Merrick go instead of me talking. That's why I didn't ask. My bad. Okay. So, the words are transcribed, and the High Arbiter will then dismiss the session. And with that, everyone will wait as the Lady Iridessa, the King's Hand, and the King all make their way out first, heading back to Sunvale Keep. And as all of you make your way, you pass the rectory, which is now practically empty. Not a sign or soldier of the Church of the Broken Sun in sight. And as all of you make your way in, head to your rooms for a moment. As crazy part is, this was just your morning. I'd say that takes you to like 1 p.m. So you have a few hours of downtime before dinner. And on that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and take our break. Just a quick little, let's say 34. Let's say 8 minutes, 34. Thanks for watching so far, everybody, and we will be right back. And you find that forward camp. Tits, no!
This,
we
Eldritch
got
Blast.
We got a hex. And an Eldritch
then
Blast.
Give him that
Hopefully...
Warlock 1-2.
Oh, baby, let's go!
Our first natural 20 of the game. Congratulations! Kayla, you were destined to be one of the first natural ones, and you rolled the first natural 20. How do you feel right now? Which is
Last one of the
crazy,
game.
because with Hex, you crit on the Hex damage and on the Eldritch Blast, so those two
This guy's
damage
so
dies are
dead.
maxed out. So what's That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
All right.
remnant of the past
Yes.
campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow, Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, I'm here as a representative of the King's Hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
But then yeah, then a bonus action, cry.
Just cry.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
Yeah,
free
that's-
action, Nick.
Oh, okay,
fair.
good.
I didn't
Doesn't
fucking
matter.
need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice seconds level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
then I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it up.
Deepest fucking
Breeze it
breath
up. There
you've
you
ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says, "That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive." All right. There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you. You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Flip
one.
it.
Look like tits.
Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I couldn't.
Jarvis, clip.
And he will give a very low bow and head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a
Holy
10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know, I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid in this all the time.
He's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
setting
"No,
her
I
up
don't
for
want
that.
the- I don't want the crown anymore. I'm
God.
just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ. That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated actually.
It's like a brief pause.
Yeah, we invited
That's wonderful.
you. Yeah. He invited you.
Merrick, and he kind of and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
Potentially, Princess Octavia. That's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia. They still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands, to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury.
Yeah, I can do that.
Fantastic. And I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him, but if there's any...
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yeah,
I was like, really?
yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say, Via might have the highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god! Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kalen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kalen's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move.
Guys,
No,
Via, it's up to you.
No,
Via.
he ain't getting away.
Come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
VR.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I don't know. Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed, like, wall entrance, and they're going to be frozen to
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Kalen's gonna do some talking.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel freely. And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face. So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf, who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that. Hi there, everybody. We're back we're back. I'm sitting in my chair. Let's go ahead and dive back in to the session.
Sitting.
Classic. Oh, did somebody just get here? Oh, no. That an animal.
I just ordered. It's here.
A cat decided to run past the camera right at that moment. So,
They do teleport.
the 7th of October was a very busy day in Faithspire. The same morning that the king arrived, the king's hand invoked the Edict of Mercy, and through some very careful political navigation, needing 3 successes to avoid a very, very, very bad thing happening. And maybe after the session, I can talk about what would have happened. We'll see. I don't know if I want to pull back the curtain. We'll think about it. So, you are able to invoke the Edict of Mercy, retrieve the Lady Iridessa, prevent any bad thing from happening, and return her to the Church of Unity so she may be pardoned. As the King's Hand participates in the pardoning act, Talon delivers his words, and the Arbiter of the Church of Unity finalizes everything. And all of you make your way back to Sunvale Keep. And there are a few hours now, as all of you sort of sit within your rooms, taking a moment to breathe, as you finally have a moment's peace. The lingering danger of what was going on with Lady Iridessa is now no longer there. She has been saved. The question as to what exactly her prophecy was is still a question to be had. Where that rod came from, that was the incriminating evidence, and potentially if there was anything else in the keep that could further incriminate her. We'll never know. But you have those moments now, because you have peace. The only thing you need to worry about before returning to Crown's Rest is picking up young Landor and picking your new Sentinel. 2 things that should hopefully be easier than whatever the hell happened here. Hopefully no more edicts need to be invoked in those 2 tasks that
Well, we also have to go to the sewers, right?
remain. Well,
No.
that
There's
is
some
something
Python down there that need to be destroyed.
that is something
Let him live.
that is entirely optional.
Well, now that it's for fun, I want to do it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, where's the thing I'm looking for here? Here we go.
Y'all didn't want to go down there when Merrick wanted to do it. Now we're not doing it.
All right.
Yeah, but now it's for fun.
No.
So,
No
Yes, sir.
fun.
Miracle was so great that we should do it. Easy.
all of you now take those brief moments that you have. You sit in the rooms that have been provided for you, and you know that in several hours, dinner is to be had with the Lord Regent, with the Spy Master, with the Lady Paramount, with Prince Lionel, with your father, and with the 5 of you. 10 of the most powerful people in Adaria, all sitting around together at the same dinner table.
With the the Spy Master is gonna be there.
At dinner,
Yeah,
yeah.
favorite. You should guys sit
I
next
thought
to
it
each
was
other.
just. I thought it was a family dinner, not a fucking.
No, he said everyone was going to be there.
He said everyone.
Yeah.
So, with that, we pick back up in the hall of the of guests staying within Sunvale Keep. So my question is, to what door does the camera pan to first? Who would be the first of the kids that would do something before dinner tonight?
Raise him, but I'm also gonna speak up.
Oh, yes.
Edwin is pacing hardcore in his room. Then he sits down, hyperventilates just a tiny bit, stands back up, paces some more. Then he's gonna leave his room, walk down the hall, and knock on Kaylin's door.
Okay.
I will
Caitlin,
say,
you
before Edwin gets there, in the time before he's arrived, the moment Caitlin got back to her room, she would do that thing where he closes the door, and she's going to fall behind it and just like put her back against the door, and she's going to cast prestidigitation so she can scream into her hands without anyone hearing it. and she's like gonna just bury her face and just scream as loud as she can while casting prestidigitation. I don't know if it works that way, Joe, but
Yeah, we'll say
let's
that it
pretend
does.
it does. Hell yeah, you're a cool guy. And she's just gonna do that for a little bit. Until she's probably like, her hands are just kind of filling with tears. Just kind of like placed Samson off to the side while she's just screaming into her hands.
Knock at your door.
I'm gonna pull her face away. And just kind of scoot away from the door. Who is it?
Edwin,
Why?
I wanted to talk to you. Is now a bad time?
You can come in.
Okay, but you have to unlock the door and open it first.
Kaelin's gonna look at Samson for him to go unlock the door.
You see, you'd like set him off to the side, and you can see he was like looking at you really sad, and he like looked at the door as Edwin knocked, and then like he looks to you, and you look to the lock, and he goes, and he scooters up. And
I heard that.
You can see he like, it's weird because he has to like hang from the
Hang
lock and
on.
like scoot over, as it's like one of those bolt locks, you know, that you like, and so he like
Oh my
swings over, and then he'll like, with the final pull, or not Talon, Samson, he ends up like swinging backwards with like the force to unlock it, and the door ends up opening as well as he's hanging on the lock.
Edwin pushes it while he doesn't even know he's on the other side. Just pushes it. Oh, Samson.
Kaelin is still on the floor, by the way.
Puts Samson down and looks over to Kaelin.
Samson will like, run up behind Kaelin and like up her arm and around her shoulders.
Is it clear that something is very wrong and that she has been crying?
Yeah. I mean, I think her face is pretty red, and Kaelin is...
Doesn't she wear makeup? Is
She
it
does.
like...
Yeah. She's a makeup queen.
Yeah, and I feel like...
Yeah, it's probably all messy. And she's gonna say, if you want to speak to me, you're gonna have to come down here. And close the door.
He closes the door and walks over, sits next to you, slowly. And then turns and hugs you.
Kaelin, I don't think knows how to react to that. So it's weird. You kind of feel her tense up, and like, she does not want to cry in front of you. So she fights it to not.
Edwin says, I can't imagine what is going on in there. But whatever you're thinking or feeling, I'm here to listen. Should you choose to or not, I will always be here to help.
When Talon first told us we had to do this, I was very confident in my ideals and my purpose for being here, and what I wanted to do. When Bjorn first brought me here, I was very confident and determined on what I wanted to do. And right now, I feel as though I don't know why I'm here. I feel as though I am nothing but a hindrance, and it is clear that I have made this situation far worse than what it needed to be. It is clear that I have a temper and I have a problem holding my tongue. And it's also very clear to me that I am not going to be sitting on any thrones anytime soon. And I don't know why I was made to come here. I don't know why Bjorn brought me here. And I want to go home, Edwin. I don't mean the keep, I mean home.
He hugs you tighter and says, Caitlin, I'm so sorry. I could say so many things. How much we need you here. And
But you don't. Edwin, you don't. Sincerely, you don't. You are far more knowledgeable on these very strange churches and the beliefs of these very strange people. Merrick clearly has a way of connecting with the common people. Via is so smart and so inclined with her magic, whether she knows it or not, and clearly Xanthi was born to do this. I think the Great Serpent lied to me, and I don't think I'm supposed to be here for any reason other than to make things more difficult.
that is not true.
And to be scolded in front of everyone. Helen knows exactly who he was talking about. Sure, the rest of you have had small moments of speaking out of term, but it wasn't directed toward any of you. It was directed towards me and Xanthi. And it's embarrassing, and it's hurtful. And I did not come here for that.
No, you didn't. Came here for something bigger.
Oh, well, now I feel as though I came here for no reason. It is nonsense. It is fine. You are to have a conversation with Talon about your family, not talk to me. I appreciate you coming. Kind of wipes her face. But I am fine. I am just
You're
fine.
not fine. It's... I would love to tell you that everything is fine. That... Let's be honest. I think quite a bit of us don't think that we should be here. This whole game is, regardless of how Father sees it or wants to see it, in a lot of ways seems pointless. And that much we share the same ideology, but Keelan, you have something that none of us have. Merrick might be champion of the common people, but you know more about people who have struggled, strife, overcoming. You're needed. People look up to you for that. And you came here and you remember telling me, and all of us, that you're fighting for your home, the Serpent's Grove. And whether you like it or not, you're the only one fighting for them right now. That can actually do something. I know it's hard, and I know things right now are hard, and I know it feels like you shouldn't be here. But you need to remember what you are fighting for, and how important that is.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do. And I hear you.
I know no real words I could say can make the situation or you feel better. I would feel the same way.
We're all struggling, Edwin. It would be selfish of me to think that we're not. Because here's something that I am not so selfish to keep within. Even Xanthi. She's struggling. But it is how we react. It is how we treat others. I don't know.
Just
Life hasn't been fair to any of us. And I can recognize that.
but life has
I
been
just-
cruel to some of us more than others.
It's not fair to say.
It is honest. Whether you get the throne or not, Kaelin, what you are doing here will ultimately help the Serpent's Grove. You do know that.
I think it's bigger than that. Right? Didn't you see the way Talon was speaking to us today? It's bigger than that. I don't know what it is, but it's not just about the throne. I don't think it ever was.
Yes.
Thank you for coming in here.
Of course. And please, if you need to talk, just find me.
It's fine.
I would prefer. I know I haven't been around, Caitlin, but I love you deeply. And I don't want to see anything. I don't like seeing you in pain. suffering or sad or angry.
She kind of smiles. You haven't seen me angry yet. Edwin, I say this because I mean it in the best way, but I was happy you weren't around because you were doing your own life. And you have a family that you love very much. And I think that is wonderful. I truly do. And I think Talon will think that too.
I hope.
I think you two are more alike than you realize. I think
Not
you'll
good
be
at
sad.
playing instruments.
That's true. You're really poor at that. But I think after the initial shock, I think he will be very happy.
You know, I came here to actually talk to you.
And here I am crying on the floor.
This is more
I'm so
important.
sorry. Oh, tell me, what did you come here for?
It's nothing major. I'm just not sure whether I should tell Father about the spy master or not. I would say no. But then he's going to ask me the question, why haven't you ever told me? And why are you telling me now? And I'll have to lie to Father, and he knows he can read lies pretty good.
I think the issue with revealing that we know what we know about Davian is the fact that he is a spy master and he is so ingrained in everything that Talon does. He's going to be traveling with us. And I would hate for that information to somehow, dare I say, bring some type of harm to Talon or put us in even more danger. When we are back at the keep and we are in our space and not out on the road like this, maybe then.
So I shouldn't tell him at all tonight.
I don't think that's true. But I think you should tell him what you feel comfortable telling him. And you are entitled to your secrets, Edwin, just as he is. He said so tonight. And when the time is right, you can reveal the rest of that information, but I would tell him he needs to keep it just between the two of you. Because if the spy master finds out that Talon knows, that changes things.
All right. It's
Please
after
don't
dinner
kill him.
anyways. I
Yes.
would... No. No.
I'm only kind of kidding.
You're like 99% not kidding.
She just smiles at you. I think you should tell him.
I'll figure it out.
You're smart, I trust you.
Well, I'll leave you to your sulking.
Much appreciated. Be confident. This is your family. And I really
Caitlin.
think you will be very happy to know it.
Kaelin, I'm not confident on many things. Being
I
a
know.
cleric and my family are things I am confident about.
I think you'll be just fine.
I'll see you at dinner. You have makeup everywhere.
She just wipes her face with the back of her hand.
It's worse. You've smeared it everywhere. It's across your entire face.
That's okay.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. And Edwin gets up and starts to walk out. And as he opens the door and turns around, he says, "I love you, sister."
She narrows her eyes and she kind of puts her hands in her lap. I love you, Edwin. Now go
Leaves.
away.
All right. And leaves, closes the door.
Okay. Kaylin, as you watch Edwin walk out, as Edwin opens the door, you can see this apparition behind Edwin as he goes to leave. Edwin, you don't see it.
Okay.
But Kaylin, as he opens the door, standing on the other end of the hall, opposite of the door, you see it.
Kaylin takes off one of her rings and she throws it that direction. Go away.
The ring flies past Edwin, and it flies through the
Not you,
apparition.
Edwin. I'm sorry.
and clanks down to the ground.
I was leaving.
No, Good night. I will see you soon.
Picks up the ring. Chucks it back in the room towards her. Good night. Leaves.
Edwin, as you shut the door and Kaylin, you're alone, as that decisive of the door making contact with the frame, Kaylin, as you blink, it's in the room now.
She's going to turn her back. Go away. I'm not in the mood. Does it go away?
Do you turn around to look?
No. She doesn't. She's going to instead go to like a water basin and she's going to wash her face
Okay.
and pretend that it's not there.
You sort of get the water on your hands. You begin to wipe down your face, and as you get the water out of your eyes and you look down at the basin, you see your reflection, and then behind you on the ceiling, it looks down towards you.
Fine. I'm going to leave now. You have been nothing but a nuisance. And she's going to leave the room. And she's makeup gone. Just bare face, baby. Not a normal Kaylin moment, but she's just gonna go downstairs and be the first one to dinner.
Okay. Kaylin, it does not follow
No
you
eyeliner.
down the stairs, but you do feel its eyes on you as you walk away.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So, any other conversations to be had before dinner?
Not from me.
Merrick, Xanthi?
Merrick's getting some training in with Captain Vela, but nothing that needs to be role played.
All right.
Ring that dinner bell.
All right. And with that,
Ding ding.
Don't die, Joe.
yeah, I had to take
Live.
I had to take a puff of my inhaler. All right. With that, head servant Alara will eventually come to each one of your rooms or wherever you're at in the moment, and she will inform you that dinner is ready. So, as the group of you eventually arrive. Those of you that do arrive, you know, in similar timings when you have before, all of you notice that Caitlin was here first. Whoever is the first few to arrive, she's been sitting here for some time, awaiting dinner.
I imagine Zeddy's so used to being the first one to everything that it kind of pisses her off that Caitlin's here first. It's Caitlin that's here first.
Yeah, get good, scrub.
Alrighty. And with that, eventually everyone will arrive. The last two arrive. I would say all of you arrive first. Then the Spymaster, then the Lord Regent. Then as Prince Lionel and Lady Iridessa arrive, all of you stand, greet them. They sit, you all sit, and then eventually Talon will enter last. All of you stand and rise. He'll say, thank you, please sit. Let's eat. And you can see that off to the corner, there is a small collection of musicians that have been hired as some music is played. As all of you see that food is brought out at first, over several courses with smaller bits of bread and vegetables first, then on to main courses, several main courses, and then eventually a dessert at the end with various types of drinks available, from wines to ales, to more hard liquors, to, water and milk.
Two shots.
Hey, everybody! And with that, everybody begins to eat. The beginning of dinner is rather, I don't want to say quiet, it's probably when the most talking happens, as Talon looks to his kids, he looks to the Lady Iridessa and her son, Lionel, and just, has a big old smile on his face, and he says, I must commend you, young Lionel. I heard from the king's hand that you had a great deal of passion for making sure your mother was safe and free, and it warms my heart to know. I'm sure it's very easy to understand, but I also had a great deal of love for my mother. It always makes me happy to see such love. Of course, my mother, she has been she's always been there for me. Always. And as an only son, I feel as though it's my responsibility, my duty. Lady Iridessa will smile and, grab his hand and squeeze it. Lionel has always been that way. Always, always, always. Yes. You're a very lucky mother, Lady Iridessa. And you can see that he'll take a small drink, and Lord Gareth will say, yes, it is always very nice to see. Most of my boys, they are, well, out and about trying to prove themselves in various ways and would like nothing less than for their father to leave them alone. Time to make a name for themselves, separate from their father. Raising children, I think it's something that all of us can agree. You can see he kind of looks to Gareth and Lady Iridessa, not looking at you guys. Raising children is one of the hardest things to do. Looks directly at Edwin. No, he doesn't.
Wait, hold on. Wait. No, for serious though, does Davian look at Edwin?
Make a perception check.
It's a little sly bitch.
Oh.
Well, I clicked the button.
Nice, got 19.
Well,
What?
let it be a 22. Hell yeah.
Yep, 19. Okay.
I didn't
That's
do
what
anything
it's
for me. I'm just gonna refresh. What did I get? A 19?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I would say with a 19, there is just a little. There's just a little side eye towards Edwin.
Edwin give a little. Does he notices that he gives a little side-eye back.
Okay.
Yeah,
Side eye off.
little bitch.
And you can see that Talon, he sort of, the three parents here, they laugh at that comment. And Talon will say, I must say, though, it is quite strange. Ever since what happened in Rosemont, I was very proud of what the King's Hand accomplished, what all of you accomplished in Rosemont. I think that you all handled that situation with tact and grace, as well as you could have. And I know that this was a big step, invoking an edict of mercy, but Lady Iridessa, after hearing what you endured, I honestly can't imagine having done anything else. They truthfully made the right call for your safety. I was able to speak with the High Sun Keeper, and Derek is no longer serving in his position in the church. In fact, after being stripped of his command, he chose to leave the church. So it seems as though his loyalty was never to the church, but to whatever punishments he could dole out. So, Merrick, you were right in your suspicions. I'm just glad all of you were able to get the Lady Paramount out safely. With that, you can see the first round of appetizers come out. Ah! Food. Fantastic. Long day, right?
Very long day.
Yes.
I would hope that with Derek's dispersal from the church, we might need to keep an eye on him potentially. I don't mean to bring the mood down, but with him no longer being associated, we want to make sure he doesn't go on any rogue mission.
We definitely can do what we can. I think Lady Iridessa, within your lands especially, Faithspire especially, anything you can do to keep him away from your possessions, I'd be afraid he might try and plant something. Potentially incriminate you if he truly does believe that you're guilty in that way. However, Derek is a free man. He hasn't done anything wrong yet. So we can't imprison a man for doing nothing. We have to be better than him. Well, I agree, but I will say, my king, that I do believe I would feel more comfortable should he not be exiled from Faithspire, but at least have some type of repercussion for what he did. I mean, his men, they did what they thought was necessary to get information out of me. Luckily, I was in a safer position than most. I don't exit with any broken bones or any scars. But blood was drawn, and I don't know if I can simply ignore that. Well, I myself have only recently been involved in the conflict. What do all of you think? Looking to the five of you.
I believe it would be improper to give him any punishment. He's already lost his position in the church. It's not like his action has gone without consequence already. But, forgive my saying, Lady Iridessa, he was acting in how he saw fit. Nothing that what he was doing was malicious. At least not from what we have been able to ascertain. And in speaking with the other heads of the churches, it is hardly like they pin him as a uniquely evil being. I think it'd be sending the wrong message to give him any punishment. To send the message to others that they are wrong for being suspicious and cautious. Even if here it led to a unfortunate situation.
I understand your meaning, I do. I just fear that he may try and exact some type of revenge. I think to act proactively, but I see what you mean.
Princess Xanthi. I could just be acting out of fear as well.
And I think it might be a good idea to take some precautions. There's no need for you to not carry around an extra set of guards. Just make sure people are on the lookout. But I do agree with Xanthi. I think that him losing his station is, for a man of his former station and belief, I don't think there is a crueler punishment.
That is a very good point. Very well, I will ensure the guards are aware, those captains and lieutenants, to keep an eye out for him and any other former members of the Church of the Broken Sun that we know of. So that way we can just be aware, but the two of you are right. Exile is an unnecessary step. Barring his entry is too much, especially after what he's lost. See Talon, he takes a bite of bread and he looks to the two of you and he smiles. Oh, very good.
I will say Kaylin is like so disassociated. When she said all of that, takes another bite of her salad and just zones back into it.
Well, fantastic. I'm glad that we could come to a conclusion there. It's just the silence that fills the room. And at that point, the doors open and the entrees are brought through. Eventually, the plates are set
Oh
down.
my god, I love duck. I'm so glad that's what we got tonight.
Yes.
Can't handle the silence.
Yes, I had heard from some of the chefs aboard your ship that was a favorite of some of you. So I thought that it was befitting to have something that all of you at least enjoyed a little bit.
That's so thoughtful. I hope it's one that you enjoy too. I mean,
Oh, yes.
first meal in a while. It was a good one.
Yes, I am a fan of duck. I've grown a little tired of fish, I must say, living so close to the sea for
So
so
have
many
we.
years. Oh, you have?
Speak for yourself.
I
Had
have
too many
grown tired
discussions
of
with
fish
our chef
too.
about not always serving it. Believe me.
He is very good at making fish.
Incredibly
Very good.
The best.
We haven't tried any other dishes he's made. It's just been fish, but they are very good. So it is good to be eating not fish.
When he came recommended by by your steward, he did say that he had a predisposition towards seafood. And I thought he was merely joking. Well, perhaps you all can talk to him about adding something else to the menu.
I think we don't need to.
No need.
Well, that seems like something you can sort out on your own time. Hopefully you don't need a kingly intervention for that.
Invoked another edict. Edict of no fish.
I don't know, it might be out of the scope of our power. Oh. And with that, as the plates are set down, it is a lot easier to not worry about talking, as it's mostly just crunching and, the tapping of forks on plates and the setting the cups and drinks,
Idle chit chat. Oh,
Yeah.
this wine's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eventually, as the entree sort of, funnels out, and most people are done eating, Talon will sort of look to all of you to see if there was anywhere all of you wanted to steer the conversation with Lady Iridessa.
Not me.
Nope.
Will you be coming to our festival to pick the new sentinel?
Yes, I, in fact, planned on doing that. Prince Lionel had told me of what has transpired in the time being, and I must say I'm very sorry to hear what happened to your uncle, to the Sentinel. Truthfully, one of the great Adarian heroes. So I hope that he will make a full recovery, and in the meantime, it would be a great honor to be able to come and see who the next Sentinel will be.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hardship, but as you also know, so while that is very sad, I'm very excited to celebrate a new chapter at the same time, and Xanthi has done an incredible job planning this festival. I mean, we have one of the greatest party planners, honestly, so.
I heard a great deal of the parties planned within Crown's Rest for not just the siblings, but kings as well. So if Xanthi had...
Xanthi is a big party.
Yeah, you can just see that Xanthi just has the shittiest grin on her, and just kind of just raises her glass, and everyone just like, say good things about her.
Kaylin loudly pours wine for Samson.
For Samson?
Yeah, as this has been happening,
He's
she's been
Faye,
making
right?
him
That's
his own
irresponsible.
like plate. No. As this conversation's been happening, she's been like taking pieces of her plate and making him a second plate, and he has like a little place setting.
You can see
2,000 gold bottle of wine.
Lionel, he kind of like looks at that. Lady Kaylin, would you like me to fetch a plate for Samson?
Oh, I've already done so. Thank you.
Oh, perhaps next time you come for dinner, we can prepare a seat for him.
Oh, that would be lovely.
When would next time be, Lionel? Would all of us come?
Of course, yes. Hosting the King's Hand, of course. I'm sorry if my phrasing seemed that it was exclusory. No.
No, I was just curious. I mean, it could just be you, Kaylin, and Samson. I didn't know if that's what you were intending, so.
Perhaps it would just be Samson and I. He seems
Kaylin
like
is like looking between Via and Lionel right
a
now.
fine
like,
ferret.
He is. He's really good. He's a good one.
Samson's like head is like halfway in like the wine glass.
Yes, so well behaved.
Wait.
As he goes back to dunking.
Well, maybe we could all come for dinner sooner, than maybe, I don't know. I don't know when the next one would be, but could be nice.
Where's your bunny?
Fiddle?
Yeah,
Fiddle?
Fiddle.
Yeah, Fiddle's, I don't bring Fiddle to dinner. Fiddle doesn't need
Oh.
to eat, but yeah, Fiddle's in
She's
my
a
room.
respectful person.
Oh, okay. So Fiddle.
Fiddle
sorry.
is a magical
fae,
creature.
right?
Is a fae
Fiddle, okay,
creature. Yeah,
okay.
Samson's like a pet. This is my familiar.
I thought
Doesn't eat.
Samson was also Fae. You're telling me
He is.
you're feeding. Oh, he is.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sick.
He's just
I thought you were
he's just
feeding
he's just
like a
also
ferret
real.
line.
Yeah.
No. He also, yeah, he's weird.
He's magical.
He's
all right.
another level of fae creature. He's
Gotcha,
like,
okay. Sorry. I didn't mean
Fiddle
to-
is a spell that I cast. It's real. It's still a fae creature, but it doesn't
It's
need to
real
eat.
to me.
It's real. Oh no, Fiddle's just chilling in my room.
Okay.
Well, Samson's part of the family, so I figured he should come to family dinner.
Oh no, Samson is very welcome. And Via, I don't know how far we are, but she'll like toss a little piece of something over for Samson to
Yeah.
catch it.
Oh, Samson will jump and he'll.
So cute.
Yes, I have to
Xanthi's just
say,
biting the shit out of her tongue.
Samson is the most peculiar ferret I have ever. Granted, I've not met many ferrets, but one of the most peculiar I've ever known of. But I think one thing is quite true. He has been a great companion to Kaylin. When I was in the Serpent's Grove, I saw a great deal of strange creatures like Samson, but and strange isn't the right word, but just peculiar. And I know this is going to sound strange, but I swear, when I was in the Serpent's Grove, I saw they were canine creatures, very dog-like, but it was the middle of the night. It was hard to tell, but I could have sworn the way that the moonlight was reflecting off them, it was like they had scales along their back. I don't know. Very strange things in the Serpent's Grove. Well, one thing that I would like to do sometime soon is I would like to go back. I think there's much that we could still be doing for the Serpent's Grove.
Best be careful, there are far stranger creatures that live in the Serpent's Grove. Some not so kind to strangers.
Yes.
Like the trolls.
Well, the trolls are one thing. But yes, it is also home to beautiful creatures. She says that as she looks at Samson, who I'm sure has just like a piece of duck hanging out of his mouth.
It's like tearing into it.
Beautiful is subjective.
I
myself would love to see it.
I have never been to the Serpent's Grove, but young Lionel here, he reads about it quite frequently. He's always told me many things about it. It seems quite like there are very many and I mean no offense, Princess Kaelin, but many unnatural parts. Was that disturbing to you as a child, or?
No. Disturbing? No, not at all. I think that's what many people don't quite understand about the Serpent's Grove. It's almost like a fence, if you will, separating two worlds, and sometimes over time, just like a fence is well worn, it'll break in certain places, and things just kind of merge or walk to the other side. So some people think that it is a resting ground for very old spirits. And if you're lucky, some of those spirits, maybe they'll speak to you. Maybe they'll grant you gifts. But most of them are just very tired and wish to be left alone. But there's a lot of beautiful history there, and a lot of magic, and a lot of very old souls who just want to sleep. And that's not to say that there's dangerous ones either. There are some spirits that are wicked and from darker parts of the world who can be found in the darker parts of the grove, but my people do a good job at keeping them at bay, keeping them appeased so they don't bother anyone.
I believe that I've read of them.
And you see Lionel, he kind of like starts to think for a moment. And he'll say, the Veil Walkers, the Sithani, if I think I'm saying that right?
It's close enough. But yes, the Veil Walkers, they do a very good job at keeping that fence mended, if you will. And sometimes we have to go into that other side to... Well, our spirits sometimes can get lost. Sometimes we need to connect with a loved one who hasn't fully transitioned to where they need to be. Sometimes we have to help restless spirits find their way to rest. It's very complicated. And also extremely dangerous.
It seems very similar to some of the rites of death that are performed by the Church of the Cleansing Tempest. Granted, in those situations, it's to try and guide individuals away from the corrupting forces of the King in Crimson, but it's a similar process to try and guide people to peace. That's interesting. I never knew that about the Serpent's Grove.
I will say, it's more than just people, too. In the Serpent's Grove, we believe that everything has a spirit. And so, if we can work together with all these spirits and these forces of the world, then it's... Sorry, I don't mean to go into this. It's not what this dinner is supposed to be about, but... Just think about that next time you're out for a hunt, and if you're killing the right thing and when.
Well, I really liked hearing about it.
Thank you.
It was really interesting.
It is very interesting.
Perhaps when we return to Skyhaven, we can host all of you and have dinner one night, and maybe we can invite Bjorn to talk more about his experiences.
Bjorn has wonderful stories. I think he would love to share.
Well, and Bjorn will also be at the festival. Maybe we could also host a small dinner one of those nights, too.
I think that's a great idea.
And you can see Lionel and Lady Iridessa nodding. They're very interested, and it seems as though some of the mystique of the Serpent's Grove has been removed, especially to the Lady Paramount. The entrees will...
I'm trying to get Lionel and Kaylin together.
Kaylin is
We got
oblivious.
that.
All right. Eventually, the meal will continue. The second entree comes out now, which is this very hearty stew.
2 entrees? God damn.
I know, yeah. This
It was like 2 bite kind of things.
yeah, decadently rich broth with these perfectly seasoned chunks of meat, potatoes, and vegetables. It's like a peasant's dish, but prepared by world-class chefs. I mean, it's only a couple of bites, but it is delicious. And Talon, when he sees it, he sort of places his hand on his heart and says, "Lady Paramount, how did you know?" And he will take it, and he will take a sip of broth.
Who told you? Gareth? Did you tell her? I did no such thing. I would never go behind your back, my king.
Oh, you liar. And he kind of looks to all of you. I never brought it up to any of you, but even as king, when you host people, you're expected to have these extravagant meals. You're to do all this. But those people that I've known for quite some time, like Gareth or any of those that I adventured with many years ago, anytime they come and we host them, I always do a simple meal that I make. Granted, I think your chefs are much more talented than I am, Lady Iridessa. And she just sort of smiles and nods, being able to do this service for him, to this kindness to Talon. Please, you all enjoy, try it. It's maybe when we get back to Crown's Rest, we can all have a bit of a hero's feast. It was something I used to do before we... Please. And he'll take a sip and eat a couple of the chunks of meat. All right. It is very good. It's like one of those things where it's very obviously a base level dish that is elevated, and so it's almost kind of too much. Like, you almost wish it was simpler, but it's still very tasty.
Little cutie.
So the entrees are taken away, and eventually dessert is brought out, which is just a collection of 3 trays of pastries that are stacked up at various heights, covered in various toppings or stuffed with various creams. Anything between donuts to beignets to muffins to croissants. It's just a collection of things, and small plates are put in front of you, so you can take whatever small little pastries you want, set them on your plate, and then eat from there. All right.
How close to the end of dinner is it?
Well, it's dessert, so pretty close.
Shit. All right. Yeah, those who notice it, Edwin is as the dinner is going on, slowly eating less and less food, to the point where the dessert is almost not touched. Maybe like...
Can Kaylin nudge him with her foot underneath the table?
Don't know. Yeah, probably.
Okay, great. She's doing that. And then she's looking to Talon, to you, to Talon, to you.
What?
And then she'll continue to eat.
He starts to slowly nibble on his food. He gives you a look of I'm not doing that right now.
No. She's giving you a look of don't forget and don't wiggle out of it.
The second look you give him, he realizes what you're saying.
Okay. She's gonna laugh to herself and just finish her dessert.
Ooh. This is about to be Talon's next wife.
That's funny.
You see Talon, he's 2 glasses of wine, and he's looking over at the singer. He's like, oh. No, he's still married. He's still married. God, Jesus Christ, guys.
Right. In front of your kids?
He's not doing that.
You whore.
He's not doing that. All right. But you can see the conversation eventually winds down. There's some more small talk that's had, but nothing of too much import. Eventually, desserts are finished. The servants remove them, and you can see that the musicians finish out their song, and Talon, he will, being a musician himself, will turn and clap. Wonderful job, all of you. Fantastic. Thank you. Oh my God. He doesn't cough. I'm just dead. I'm dying. I'm decaying from the inside. Who isn't, though? We're all dead. Eventually. So, that's really dark. So, the musicians leave, and all of you begin to stand as Talon approaches the Lady Iridessa, and Lionel provides the very customary thank yous and voices his appreciation, but asks for leave from the Great Hall so he can prepare to head to bed. And you can see they respond with the pleasantries, the bows, the head shakes, the handshakes. And Talon will make his way over to all of you and say, thank you for everything you've done. Not just in Faithspire today, but coming here, preparing the festival in Skyhaven and going to Rosemont. You all are making a difference in our kingdom. And I think based off of that, and seeing, the joy of Lionel and his mother as the two of them talk, you can see they're the only two that each other has. Lionel doesn't have any other siblings, and the other lady of the house, Lionel's other mother, passed away some time ago. So it is just Lionel and Lady Iridessa. Positive things you've done for our nation already. And I'm very excited to see more. But as I understand it, Edwin, there was something you wanted to talk to me about in private?
Oh, yes, there was.
Yeah. Well, walk with me to my room. We can talk on the way.
All right.
Sorry if I missed this. Did he just say that in front of the Spy Master, or had he already left? Not like this pause.
I feel like that's not too sus in itself, like a son wanting to talk to his dad, like.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question.
The Spy Master is currently talking to Lady Iridessa. He does not notice that comment. Wait, what was I roll? Okay, yeah, he does.
Does Edwin see that he doesn't notice?
Oh my God.
Yes, his back is turned to Talon and to Edwin. He's talking to.
Hey,
to
Edwin
Lady
needs
Iridessa.
these confirmations.
Why did
okay?
you invite this?
Which one? Who are you talking to?
Ryan.
Seems like a
This
good
is my
question to
boss, yeah.
ask.
Joe might have not realized it.
Joe realized it.
I realize everything.
Sure, bud.
I am all-knowing. All right. Anyway, Edwin, you go.
Yeah.
All right. So the two of you begin to walk. Well, you're the one who asked to talk. What's going on, son?
Are we walking back to his room right now?
Uh-huh, yeah. Just the two of you walking down these halls.
Yes. Talking about this in the hall doesn't seem like a good idea. Edwin just says, we can go more into detail when we get to your room. How was the flight?
It was fine.
Good.
And after about 10 minutes of kind of walking in silence, eventually you get to the room he is staying in. And you make your way in, and you can see that the room that Talon is staying in it seems to be a room that probably exists in each one of the great households, each one of the great keeps, specifically for hosting the king. It's at the end of the guest wing. You can see the two Crown Claw Knights standing guard, and you can see the door. They open to the door, and it is this very, very, very fine chamber, comparable, if not better, than whatever the Lady Iridescus is. So, make your way in, and the door's shut behind you, and Talon says,
All right, we're alone. What is going on, my son?
Edwin looks around the room to perceive anything that might hear this conversation. Scrying eyes, little druid rats.
make a perception check.
Anything. And it is very apparent to Talon that he is like looking around. All right, good job.
Okay. 22. It seems, as far as you can tell, you're fairly confident that the room is free of anything like that. In fact, you notice some arcane sigils, as well as a few warding devices that seem to prevent that within the chamber of the king.
Father, sit first, please.
All right. And he sits.
Edwin starts pacing. Right. How do I tell you this? Pacing more and more. Before I tell you this, you have to promise me that it will stay between us and that you will not make any loud noises. Subtlety is key.
All right.
Promise me.
I promise, Edwin.
So, you know how I've been going on missions to the Normandy, right? Liaison, how I've have good relationships with the Normandy, the High King, Patrick, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am married to his daughter. And I have been for quite some time. On top of that, it gets better. You're a grandfather.
Oh
when you spoke in such secrecy, in such code, I thought that you were in danger, that someone was threatening you, that they were doing something horrendous. You know what this proves to me? Simply that you are my son.
Well, this is... I had expected you to be a little angry.
Well, I... Oh, God, sorry.
Catch your breath.
I'm not angry. I'm confused, Edwin. Why would you keep this from me? I never once, for you especially, and for all of you, I never wanted to put you in some matchmaker's paradox, forcing you to be with somebody you didn't want to be with. Even with Merrick and Solara, I tried to do everything I could to make sure that they actually would get along. and it seems like they do. And with the Nornathi as well, well, my boy, I knew they respected you, but I didn't realize that some of them would respect you that much. Well, what's her name? And my granddaughter? What is her name, and when will I meet her?
My wife's name is Astrid.
Astrid. Beautiful
and
name.
Your granddaughter's name is Freya.
Ah, Freya. There were stories way out in the Far East of a land by the name of Fjardeleth, or the Fractured Peninsula is what it was. There was a city, Fjardeleth, and there was a witch of the woods, Freya. Very brave.
That's where it
woman.
derives.
Well, and it's not like I've missed too much, right? Can't be more than a year or two.
Edwin checks to make sure he's still sitting. Right, so this next part's going to be a little bit of a shock. Astrid and I have been married for 13 years. And Freya is 11.
What? I have had a granddaughter for 11 years, and you didn't think to tell me?
You promised to keep your voice down, please.
I had a granddaughter for 11 years, and you didn't think to tell me? Is that better, Edwin?
A little better. I didn't tell you for a lot of good reasons.
Well, then start saying them. Because right now...
Well, first off, politics really suck. And I didn't want to get them wrapped in the politics of Adaria as much as I love my home. Our politics are insane.
Edwin, this is your wife and daughter. I would have done everything in my power to make sure they were free of that.
I know you would have, Father, but it's everyone else. What would the council think? What would the people of Adaria think? It would force my wife and my child to be public figures instead of living the simple life that they have been. But there have been many times where I've wanted to tell you. I talked to Astrid so many times about when I should, and it always seemed that every time I went to go say something, another thing came up. And I know it's not an excuse, but I want what's best for them. Outside of everything that they have married into.
Of course, I hear you, I do. I have to admit, I have no love for the political games that people play at my expense. And for as hard as I tried to have all of you avoid that, it's inevitable when you're this close to the throne, to the crown. I understand why, Edwin. But you could have told me still. I wouldn't have forced you to bring them here to have public lives. If anything,
You know,
I don't even know if I would have called you home if I knew.
well, I've managed the missions.
You were away from them for so long, Edwin. At a time, I wouldn't have had you come back if that was the case.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. But, the good news is, you'll get to meet them soon.
The Sentinel Festival.
Yes. They will be traveling with the High King of the Nornoth.
And that is strange, though, right? The Nornothi, they don't share the same familial nobility ties that we do. Why would she be traveling all this way? I'm assuming it's not just to meet her father-in-law and...
Well, we had invited them. Not sure if they're going to, have their own, person to fight for Sentinel. I did think that this could be the perfect time for the two kingdoms to finally get in front of each other. But there's another reason why. And remember, well, I would ask that you don't ask more questions about what I'm about to tell you. And I need you to trust me.
All right.
Their lives were put in danger.
How?
Told you not to ask questions.
I'm sorry, Edwin, but things are a little different now than when I promised I wouldn't ask questions. You just told me that the daughter-in-law and the granddaughter that I just learned about 10 minutes ago, that their lives are in danger. What is happening?
The most I can tell you is that there are others that know. And those others see it fit to use them as leverage for me to pursue the crown more heavily.
Who?
I cannot say, and I will not say, or else I will be putting everything at risk. But they are on their way here, and your children, my siblings, do know.
Was it Father Aldrin?
Father, please do not ask me questions. It is for the sake of their lives that you do not know. Because as much as I love you, I know how quick temper you can be. Especially when it has something to do with something you love. I'm handling.
If you need anything, Edwin, do not hesitate to ask me. If you know who this person is, if you tell me right now, they will be stripped of all lands and titles and possessions. They will no longer exist in Adaria. It's high treason.
I understand, but it's complicated. It is much more complicated than... It's much more complicated than even the King of Adaria can deal with right now.
Well, Edwin, I must say, I think it's rather simple. It is a father and a grandfather who are trying to protect their family. That's all it is.
This is why I asked you to keep this a secret. I can tell you that you know. Via, Xanthi, Kaelin, and Merrick know. But no one else can.
All right.
This needs to be kept a secret until they are safe. Once I can see them, once they are in my hands, then they are safe. They'll be at the tournament. My plan is to invite the High King back to Grandrest. And there we will be able to... Astrid and Freya can be safe.
All right. If you are sure, I will trust you on this, Edwin. It's your family. But please, if things go bad, if you need help, just ask me, all right?
I will.
All right. Can I stand now?
If your legs can hold you.
Oh, I'm not that old yet. Oh, and you can see he stands and he'll kind of, pull you up and he'll hug you. And he'll say, as he's hugging you very tightly, he'll say,
I am very happy for you, my boy, and I wish that this burden never fell upon you of having to worry about them in this way. But I promise, and he kind of pulls away and hand on your shoulders, we'll get them safe. All right?
Yeah. We'll get them safe.
But mark my words, if I find out from any of your other siblings that I have some other grandchild that has been cloistered away for more than 5 years, everything's done. King's Hand disbanded, all of you shipped to different parts of the world, and I'll return to a life of adventuring. Because I will not stand for not knowing about my grandchildren, all right?
It's fair. As far as I know, no one else has one.
As far as you know.
As far as I know.
I do not love the phrasing on that, but...
Well, I'm not sure. Have you talked to Merrick recently?
Merrick is betrothed. Well... It seems though the...
Did you know that Xanthi might have a thing?
Xanthi?
Yes.
No, I did not.
I don't think it's... I don't know, I think it's... longtime friends, possibly turning into something else, possibly. I'm keeping an eye on.
There was one individual who approached the crown about as a potential suitor, but he had known Kalen more than Xanthi, but I don't think that would be the one then.
No. I think his name started with an R.
Ravi?
I can't remember. That's the one.
Varison. The winemakers.
I think so, yes.
I remember. Truthfully.
Well, I think I'm not 100. I'm like 50%.
Interesting. Well, any other secret suitors I should know about, Edwin?
Let me think.
Oh,
Nope, the rest are clear.
All right. I need some rest. Thank you for finally telling me, Edwin.
Thank you for being a good dad and understanding.
A good dad sometimes, I think. That's a conversation for another time.
I'd say a good father more than a king, which is high praise.
You know what? I'll take it. All right. Get out of here. Oh.
Night.
Good night, Edwin.
And Edwin leaves. As soon as the door closes, there's a big...
One of the Crown Claw Knights. Is everything all right, my prince?
Good evening. No, everything's fine. Good evening.
Very good. Have a good evening, my prince.
He speed walks away.
Down the hallway. Okay. Alrighty. And with that, Edwin, as you finish out your conversation with Talon and you head to sleep for the night, the rest of you had already gone to your bed chambers for the night as you retire.
Can I have one bedtime thing?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, it's nothing huge.
Okay.
But Via in her jammies holding, or Fiddle probably like up on her shoulder or something. She's holding 2 like hot chocolates, and she's gonna make her way to Kaylin's room and like with like her elbow or probably her foot because she has 2 hot chocolates. She's gonna like kind of knock at the door and be like, Kaylin, oh Kaylin.
Kaylin will like open the door a crack and just peek around the corner. Hello.
Hey. So, I remember you saying you felt kind of alone. I, at Arkenvale, always felt very alone at night. So I was wondering if maybe for like, you know, the next few nights, maybe we could do some sister sleepover stuff. I have hot chocolate and Fiddle's here to play with Samson, and we can just like read by ourselves as we fall asleep or something. I don't know.
You can see she opens the door more. Oh. You're serious?
Absolutely.
Kaylin's gonna look behind her. Is that thing in her room still?
Not right now, Kaylin.
Okay. Yes, I think that sounds lovely.
Great. This one's yours. I didn't add any actual milk in it because I know you kind of avoid some animal stuff, so.
Well, some. But thank you.
Some, I don't know. I know milk. I fucked up. Anyway. So yeah, she'll come in if you want her in.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to ask if Xanthi wants to join us? But I'm not going to ask.
I will make another cup of hot chocolate and I'll go ask her.
This was your idea.
It was. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Don't ask her. Drag her in.
Similar event happens. Fiddle behind me. 2 hot chocolates. Goes up to Xanthi's. Not kicking the door. Xan the man! You're not asleep yet. Come on, Xan the man. Open up the door.
There's like a long silence. I'm not responding to that.
Princess Xanthi, may I please have your attention?
She opened the door. Yes.
So, Kaylin and I are having a little sleepover since Kaylin's been feeling kind of lonely lately. And when I was at Arkenvale, I always felt the loneliest at night. And I thought that maybe you were feeling a little lonely too, if you wanted to come and have a little hot chocolate sleepover and read time with us.
No.
Okay, well, do you want just this hot chocolate then?
How is like Via actually looking though?
Like Felicity. I am acting how Via is. I don't know how else to tell you.
And I gotta read for Gemma, who is not good at reading emotions. Like, is that a genuine thing?
Oh,
like,
yes, like Via's being very genuine. She's like, okay, well, she's not gonna pressure and push Xanthi. Like, it was already
she
big.
Disappointed though.
No, not disappointed. Absolutely not surprised at all. But she's glad that an offer was made, and she's offering you the hot chocolate just out of, you know, because she had made it for you anyway. So.
Just this long sigh just comes from her. You're feeling lonely at Arkenvale. Didn't you have your 2 friends?
Yeah, I did. Sometimes it was hard to, lean on them, you know? And that's why I made Fiddle. So Fiddle helped me at night.
I thought you liked it there.
It's the only place I knew as home.
What, not Crown's Rest?
I spent more time at Arkenvale than I did at Crown's Rest.
It's still your home.
Didn't feel like it all the time. That's okay.
And she just looks back at her room as the door's still ajar. I'll join you tonight, Octavia.
Yeah? Okay.
Why not?
Well, this hot chocolate is yours. Do you have a book that you want to bring?
I was working on something else. I could bring it with me, though.
I can't wait to see.
And yeah, she'll just dip back quickly and just grabs like a small, like little pouch satchel thing. We'll follow her out with Octavia.
He returns to Caitlin's room, slowly opens the door. All the sisters are down for the sleepover.
Caitlin has like
here.
moved a bunch of blankets to the floor.
Oh,
And like she has a bunch of like dried plants and shit all over her room. And when she was crying earlier, it was really messy. But she specifically cleaned one spot where she knows that Xanthe would probably sit.
No.
I imagine, like, without even, like, consciously clocking it, like, Xanthe immediately goes to the clean spot. Like,
And Kayla doesn't even acknowledge that she sat there. She's already sitting in her designated spot.
just no
Yeah, Via will-
recognition that a spot was made. Just like, yes, this will do.
This will do. Yeah, Via will plop on the little like floor bed. Oh, this is so nice. Okay, I've been reading this book. It's wild. Okay, so imagine if magic wasn't real to everybody, and it was like this. Being a witch or a wizard was like a secret like thing, and then you go to school for it. It's called Harriet Potterate.
Sounds dumb.
Very good series. There's like 7 books.
What book are you on?
I'm on 5. So there's this whole thing about this big awful wizard trying to get them, and there's like an order and everything, and they're trying to protect themselves and everything. It's crazy. And the people you didn't think were their allies were their allies the whole time. Oh my god, I cannot wait to see how it ends.
I don't understand. Why do you want to read this? Wouldn't it be better to be reading about actual histories, about actual magics?
Well, I read about that all the time, but it is, I believe, 10 p.m. at night, and I want to wind down, Xanthe. What are you doing for fun?
I'm simply saying that that book does not do anything to aid you.
Well, what are you reading? Kaylin's gonna point to whatever's in Xanthe's hand.
See, she's just like sat down and just like has that little satchel just like sat in her lap. And she kind of opens it, and you can see that there's just like one of her like little like I don't even know what they're called, but like her embroidery hoop, they're actually just called that, lol. And it has just the smallest like thing of fabric on it. And she just pulls it out and just like, you know, sits it on her lap and just like, you see, just like starts like setting herself up. And just says, something that you'll find in time. It's a small gift. That's all you need to know.
Aw.
It's nice to see you're not the only ones who engage in witchcraft, Via.
That's true. And what about you, Kaylin? What do you got going on?
She looks around at the mess of her room. I was just rearranging. But, if you want, I can show you how I make these. And she has like a really old box of just like bird feathers and small bones, and they're like little trinkets that would go on bracelets or pendants. And some of them have like little tiny, like almost like runes painted on them with very tiny little paintbrushes.
Ooh, I could add one as a charm on my bracelet. That'd be fun.
Yes, and if you write the right one, it can just add a little bit more protection throughout the day.
Oh, I need that. I always forget to cast mage armor.
Well, this is more like it's far too hot outside and my skin feels like it's boiling. If you write this one, it'll make you cooler throughout the day. Or I'm having trouble sleeping and I want to fall asleep right away. And we'll just draw something like this and it'll help me fall asleep.
Oh, I would definitely like the sleep one. That would be so helpful.
I would make these for people in and around the keep, and I don't know, I thought it helped brighten some days.
That's so sweet. Oh, I'm sure you've helped a lot of people with these.
Well, unless you make the wrong one and then someone wakes up with a giant wart on their face.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe. That'd be a little rough.
Well, that's why we practice.
Okay, I'll practice a few and see if I can do it as well as you on my first few tries.
Kaylin will like pass out the supplies. We're basically making friendship trinket bracelets, witchcraft style. And she will place some next to Xanthe if she wishes to partake at any point. They are there on the floor.
Doesn't that, but you can tell she's been like just like watching you as you're doing it and saying it as well, just in kind of a silent judgment.
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, Caitlin's not gonna say anything else. She just passes out the supplies and like will show via the proper painting techniques and like this one is for this and this one is for that. And like you can tell they're very like simple ailments, but they're like the things that are supposed to help you just get through the day to day, right? Caitlin doesn't feel. She goes in this big spiel about why you shouldn't like completely alter somebody's life because that's not what the spirits say you should do and not supposed to temper with that stuff. But there's no reason why you can't make people's days a little nicer. Or if someone immediately makes you mad, make it hard for them to sleep at night. Or give them pimples on purpose. Like she'll
Just
go
a
into a
little
big
curse.
spiel. Yeah, just a little curse to ruin someone's day.
I love
Just
that.
girly things.
This is
girly
just
things.
girly things.
Listen. Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
Natalie
you-
has.
Via will keep yapping because she is so excited that her two sisters are hanging out with her at the same time. She's flipping shit. So. And eventually we'll end up, after however long, passing out next to Caitlin on the floor.
I think realizing that Via has just like passed out there, after a few moments, Xanthi will kind of like look up from where she's working. Well, good night. And then we'll start like packing up her things, and then just like before she leaves. It's just nice. But she'll go back to her room. She ain't sleeping here. Fuck that.
Yeah, Kaylin, she is going to just nod and let Xanthi leave.
Okay. All right. With that, Kaylin, eventually your eyes slowly begin to drift shut as you and Via begin to snore lightly in this room together. Fiddle and Samson snuggled up next to each other.
Yeah.
As both of you have kind of fallen asleep on the floor, they cuddle up on the bed.
As they should.
As they
They'll
should.
be right.
Yep. And you can feel just little droplets of healing magic. Not from a spell or a potion, but from words and from actions. And in the injuries that all of you have sustained from one another over the many years, truthfully feels like it's the only way to heal those old wounds, through action and through words. So as you drift to sleep, for a peaceful sleep, in the city of Faithspire and Sunvale Keep, the lady of House Emberlyn safe, and some relationships finally on the mend. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Happy ending! Yay! So fun.
Everyone remember the session number because I doubt we'll have another happy ending soon.
Whoa, dude!
15.
Go team! Well, thank you everybody so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Be sure to check out next week for the Crimson Court returning. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.